Welcome back to Disorder in the Court coverage of this trial, the King Soopers massacre, where 10 people lost their lives. We are waiting for the jury to come in, standing for the jury. I will also be monitoring very closely the Judge Jumper trial.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Which
All right, on
starts
behalf
in
of the
about
people,
45
your
minutes.
first witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The people would call Jesse Brown.
Jesse Brown.
And if both sides can instruct your witnesses to come around to your left and then wind their way to my right side of the witness stand, not to come through this other way.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, then just come around that right there. And before you have a seat, if you will face me, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please be seated.
Well, good thing
I
they
was just talking to
able to
Mr.
get the
Collins
witness
about that
on.
screen kind of impedes their
Yes,
ability
hello.
just a bit. So when you're not using it, push it back so they can get in and out okay, and then you can pull it in after they're seated.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for our court reporter?
My name is Jesse Brown, Brown.
Mr. Brown, you can pull that forward as well. There you go.
Mr. Brown, can you tell the jury how you were employed in March of 2021?
I was working for a company just outside on the south side of Boulder, working in the hemp industry.
Okay. And did you do some things that afternoon on March 22nd of 2021 related to your job?
Yes, I had to go get some supplies for paper towels, toilet paper, soap, etc.
Where did you decide to go to get supplies?
At the King Soopers,
Which King Soopers?
on Mesa Drive, I believe is what it is.
The one in South Boulder?
Mhm.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes,
About what time did you go to the King Soopers?
I believe it was around 2:30,
What had you been doing earlier in the day?
working.
And when you went there, how did you get there?
I drove my vehicle,
What is
a
your,
white Toyota Tacoma,
what year is your Toyota Tacoma?
2019.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
This gentleman's name is Jesse Brown, and he was a customer of King Soopers on the day of the shooting. So
Mr. Brown, I handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 1. Can you tell us what that is?
This is an overview of the King Soopers store with the parking lot.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the way the parking lot appeared on the date of the shooting?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 1
no objection.
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, can you just start by talking to the jury about what they're seeing on that overhead diagram? There's actually a pointer, if it would be helpful, orange handle, and you can extend it further if necessary.
What are you specifically looking for?
Can you kind of just give us an idea about where the parking lot for King Soopers is and the layout?
So this is the whole entry of the King Soopers. You can travel this way down a bunch of storefronts to one of the main roads over here. And I have never really traveled that way, so I'm not sure exactly what's on that end of the park.
When you arrived at the King Soopers, can you show the jury how you entered the parking lot?
I was driving down the main road here, came in, went this way, and back into the parking spot in this area.
And for purposes of the record, you're indicating the main drive that is roughly centered on the front of the King Super store is the main drive that you came in.
Yes.
And then you're indicating that you turned what would be to your right or the west and moved into the lot to the west of the main drive.
Correct.
You started to say that you backed in. Can you identify roughly the space that you were backing into?
It would have been one of these parking spots over here.
And you're indicating the middle row of the lot immediately to the west of the main entrance,
Correct.
more towards the north of that lot.
Correct.
Can you explain, do you always back in when you park?
Not always, but a good bit.
Go ahead and take a seat. As you were starting to back into that parking spot, what did you hear?
I heard a loud boom. Not sure whether it was a tire or something at the moment, and it was followed pretty quickly by a second loud boom that I recognized as a gunshot.
Two loud booms. You say you recognize the second as a gunshot. How did you recognize it as a gunshot?
I've been around guns most of my life, as a kid through my adulthood.
Could you tell what direction the gunshots were coming from?
Yes, they were from the west side.
So that would have been behind you as you were backing in?
Correct.
What did you do at that point?
I stayed looking over my shoulder, trying to identify what was going on. And as I was looking over my shoulder, I saw a man approach a van, a white van, with a rifle. He pulled it up to the driver's side window of that vehicle and pulled the trigger twice.
When you say he pulled the trigger twice, how did you know that?
I witnessed it and saw the windows break.
Did you hear additional shots?
Originally, it was just the two as I decided where I needed to go and what I needed to do to get myself to safety.
So you hear two shots, you look behind you, then you see him fire two more shots into the van.
Correct.
What did you do at that point?
I panicked for a second and put my car in drive and proceeded to leave the parking lot as fast as I could.
About how far away were you when you saw that man fire into the white van?
It is, I was right here and he was somewhere over here. So maybe
How terrifying.
50 yards.
Okay. When you left, where did you go?
I proceeded to pull out and drive down this route and continue down this road all the way across.
What were you experiencing as you were trying to get out of the lot?
When I got to this area right here, there was some difficulty because there was a vehicle in the way. I was panicked because he was moving into this row of parking. So I knew he was pretty close behind me. And that I needed to get through, so I did what I could to get through. I rolled my windows down as I saw people looking, trying to figure out what was going on, and started screaming active shooter as loud as I could.
So we're clear, what you've just shown on the exhibit, People's Exhibit 1, is that he was moving east in the parking lot from where you originally saw him fire into the van.
Correct.
You were trying to move east along the main thoroughfare in front of King Supers, is what you've indicated.
Correct.
And during that time, what was he doing as he was moving east across the parking lot?
He had his head down, looked like he was on a mission to move into the
Objection,
store.
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Describe how he was moving.
He tucked the rifle and had his head down, crouched, and began, I wouldn't say it was a run, but a slight jog into the next row of parking.
And go ahead and have a seat. You mentioned a little bit earlier that you have been familiar with weapons from the time you were a child. Based on your observations, did it appear that that individual was familiar with that rifle?
Objection,
Absolutely.
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Again, did it appear that individual was familiar with that rifle?
Absolutely.
Based on your experience with firearms, would you even say that he was proficient?
Objection,
Yes.
calls for speculation.
Rephrase the question.
How familiar with that weapon would you believe him to be based on your observations?
He had obviously fired the weapon multiple times before and put
Question
rounds of
calls
magazines
speculation.
through.
So I don't know what your witness means by before. Does he mean the 2 shots before, or does he mean before March 22nd?
I will clarify. Do you mean that he had prior experience with a weapon before that day?
The man had very clearly practiced with the rifle
Folks,
before this day.
Your
Sustain,
Honor, move to
sustain.
strike.
Ed Stricken, you're not to consider that statement.
Uh-oh.
He appeared familiar with the weapon,
Correct.
appeared to know what he was doing.
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes?
Right.
Yes. He appeared to know what he was doing.
Yes, correct.
Can you describe the vehicle in the front of King Supers that you indicated was obstructing your ability to leave the area?
I can't recall what the vehicle was. I believe it may have been a gold sedan or something similar.
Can you describe in any more detail the rifle that that individual had?
It was an AR platform.
When you say an AR platform, what do you mean?
I would call it a rifle. I know others could call it a pistol because it may have had a brace on it instead of the stock that typically comes on an AR platform rifle.
And when you say an AR platform, it could have been an AR-15, an AR-10, an AR-9, just something that is styled as what some people typically would call an assault rifle.
Correct.
And you're familiar with this AR style platform.
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, the 2 shots that you actually observed being fired into the van, where were they fired into the van?
From the driver's side window. Point blank range.
Could you see if there was anybody in the van?
The posts for the windshield and window were in my way, so I could not quite tell.
Where did you go as you moved to the east to try and get out of the area?
I went back to the main highway and proceeded south to my place of employment.
You mentioned earlier that you rolled your windows down because there were people in the area. About how many people did you see in the parking lot as you were trying to leave?
5 or 6 at minimum.
And you mentioned you were trying to warn them.
Yes.
Did people respond when you were yelling out the window?
I cannot tell. I definitely know that they were looking that direction though.
Before you went back to your place of employment, did you do anything to try and alert the authorities to what was taking place?
Yes, as soon as I was onto the highway or main road, I called the police as quickly as I could.
When you say the highway or main road, you're talking about what would be Highway 93 or Broadway, depending on where it's at.
Yeah, the road off to the east over here and running north-south.
What was your state of mind when you made that call?
Give every exact detail I can to prepare the police for their interaction with the individual.
And were you still in a state of emotional upheaval or panic at that point?
I felt pretty clear-headed, but knew that this was a serious event.
About how long after you observed the shooting in the parking lot to make that 911 call?
Probably within 30 to 45 seconds.
Judge, if I could approach?
Yes, sir.
And remember, he's sitting there staring right at the defendant, who we can't.
Mr. Brown, I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 3. Can you tell us what that is?
This is the recording of the phone call that I made to 911.
How do you know that's what's on that CD?
We listened to it together.
What did you do in order to document that you listened to it?
I initialed this with the date and my initials.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Submitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Nine-one-one, are you calling about the shooting at the King Soopers? I put a police on one with that phone. Can you see white, black, Hispanic? This way. Maybe like 180 pounds, 100 maybe 200 pounds. Where did he go? I was told up in my car, he walked up to the internet, inside of it, and I just took off driving and okay, what did you talk to a few other people? Okay, what is your name? Jesse Brown. Jesse, we have help on the way. They may contact you. Your phone number is 316-323-3256. Is that correct? Thank you. Bye.
Mr. Brown, it was kind of hard to hear at the very beginning. What did you indicate you believe the person that was firing in the parking lot was wearing?
An armored vest.
Can you describe that with any more detail today?
I know it was either black, green, or tan colored, earthy, and it was over his clothing, clearly intended to stop bullets.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
As to that last part, I'll sustain.
It appeared to be some type of a tactical vest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Were you close enough to be able to identify that individual?
Yes, sir.
Do you see the male that you saw shooting into the van in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's seated right there, wearing a striped shirt. Looks white and tan or green.
Which I would ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant, subject to cross.
It will.
Judge, I have no further questions for Mr. Brown.
I have no questions for Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused. Is he free to leave? Is he released?
Yes, Judge, we would ask that he be excused from the subpoena.
I have no objection.
All right.
Mr. Brown, can you just leave that exhibit up there for us? Thank you.
That female defense attorney, wow, she comes across
Next
strong.
witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Johnny Sean to the stand.
Nine-one.
Mr. Sean, if you'll please come up here, kind of around to my right, your left. There you go. And then
It's
just
really
make your way around. that
frustrating
side.
not being able
Before
to
you have a
hear
seat, I will swear
defendant.
you. If you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or
Not sure
affirm
why
under
they made
penalty
that
of
choice.
perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. You can adjust that microphone and there's some water there if you need it.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, that's right.
Good, thank you. How are you?
If you could scoot a little closer, please. Everyone needs to hear you.
Doing
Thank
well.
you.
Can you please state your full name and spell your first and last name so the court reporter has it down?
Johnny Lee Sean, JOHNNIELEESCHAN.
Mr. Sean, just to get the jury familiar with you, can you tell the jury a little bit about your background in terms of where you grew up and your education, please?
I graduated high school. I grew up in Albuquerque since I was 5 years old. Was born in Pennsylvania. My parents moved in 1990.
And at some point, did you move to Colorado?
Correct. September of 2020. I moved up for work. KD service.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that a little bit, okay? And as the judge said, it's important that the jury is able to hear you. So I know it's
Sorry, I'm a mumbler.
no, it's okay. And Have you ever testified before?
I never have, no.
Okay, so we're going to take it slow, but just pull your chair close to the microphone. I can pick up what you're saying, okay?
Cool.
Okay.
Better or?
Perfect. Thank you. You started to mention where you were working in 2020 when you came to Colorado. What was the name of the company?
KD Service.
What does Katie Service Company do?
We work on restaurant equipment, coffee machines, ovens, stuff like that.
Are you,
Go ahead.
are you still working with them?
I am, yes.
How long have you been working with Katie Service Company for?
Out here since 2020, so about 4 years, and then 3 years in Albuquerque. So that's 7 years about. I said,
And what is your job with Katie Service?
cooking refrigeration technician.
What does that mean on a daily basis for you when it comes to your work?
I'll wake up, look at my board, head to a location, kind of touch base with them, fix whatever problem they have. Whether it's an install, a repair, or anything like that.
And are those generally commercial locations or do you also go to residential?
Only commercial. We only do commercial.
And during your time working for Katie Service here in Colorado, did you come to meet a man by the name of Nevin Stanisic?
I did.
How did you first meet Nevin?
Through work, he just came to pick up parts on, I think it was my first day. And that was the first time meeting him. I've known his dad prior because he came to Albuquerque for training and sat with him for several days.
So we'll back up a step, okay? You mentioned his dad, you're referring to Nevin's dad?
Correct.
Did Nevin's father work with Katie Service as well?
He did, yeah.
So approximately when and how did you meet Nevin's dad?
He came down 2018 or 2019 for training for all the technicians down there. And then just to help out, we were a bit behind. And so I just rode along with him, working at Starbucks mostly.
Doing what kind of work for Starbucks?
At that time, it was a PM on espresso machines. So just like preventative maintenance, just breaking down the machine entirely, cleaning everything, replacing certain parts, and then putting it back together.
And was that work you were doing at the time with Nevin's father or with Nevin himself?
That was with Nevin's father.
And then when you came to Colorado, you continued working with Nevin's father.
Right. Well, whenever I first came, I was more of a parts and warehouse manager. So I wasn't so much in the field, but I would talk to them and see them almost on a daily basis.
So can you tell the jury more about that in terms of your work with Katie Service? How would it come to be that you would interact with Nevin and his father and others?
Any technician on the field would have to call to verify warehouse quantities on parts, things like that, or even just to help them find a part number, certain things like that.
How long did you work with Nevin for?
Just about a year, I think.
How would you describe him?
Friendly, helpful, effective, communicative.
And am I right in assuming that when you say effective and communicative, you mean in terms of his work?
Oh, correct. Yeah. Okay. And just good kid more than anything.
To your knowledge, was Nevin Stanisic living with his family during that time?
Yes, I believe so.
And how was Nevin as an employee with Katie Service from your observations?
One of the best. Really good at what he did. Always followed through. Hardly got recalls from what I understand. Not well, that wasn't really my field, but he always fixed his machines.
Okay. Mr. Sean, do you recall March 22nd of 2021?
I do.
And what were you doing that day?
I was doing some shop refurbs, which is just fixing a machine and just inventory, basic inventory stuff.
Where were you doing those things?
That was at the warehouse off of Peoria. I don't remember the exact cross streets.
Down towards Denver.
Correct.
What was Nevin doing that day?
I'm not so sure on the specific repair, but he was at a Starbucks at King Soopers. Whether it was for a PM or a service call, I'm not too sure.
And the Starbucks and King Soopers is located where?
Boulder.
And is that in South Boulder?
Correct.
What happened around 2:18 p.m. in terms of any contact you had with Nevin Stanisic?
We were going over parts I was going to meet up with him either at that stop or the next stop. to drop off parts for jobs for either later that day or the following day. And then I would always give him his dad's parts also because they would end up seeing each other before one of them could come to the shop. So we were just kind of going over his shelf inventory.
So I'm going to ask you to just break that down for the jury a little bit. You talked about it in the way that it actually works in terms of your job, but what does it mean when you're going to meet, for example, Nevin Stanisic to give him parts, and then he's going to bring parts for his dad? Can you just explain that to the jury?
Correct. So he may have had a job prior, 2 days prior, whatever, and needed parts that we didn't have there in stock. So we would have to order them, and then I would let him know whether we have it in stock or not. And same situation with his dad. It would just be stuff from prior jobs, for the most part.
So fair to say you're meeting them to give them parts they're going to need for a job that they're working on?
Correct, correct. Either currently or the following day or.
And did that save them having to go down to the location of Peoria?
Correct, correct.
And that's what you're talking about at 2:18 p.m.
Mhm.
Can you tell the jury how that phone call came to end?
We were just talking about the parts. There was a bit of a pause and he said, "What the fuck?" And then I heard boom, boom. And I was like, "Nevin, what was that?" It sounded like running water, some kind of noises up there. And then I heard 3 more shots echoing in the distance, I guess, as he was walking away. And at the time, I didn't know it was shots, obviously. I thought he may have dropped a tool. He may have, something fell in his van. I just didn't know what was going on.
And was that the second time you had talked to Nevin in a short period of time?
Yes, yeah, we had called. He had to hang up, get something set together, put together, and then he called back as soon as he was done doing that.
So is it possible that first call was at 2:18 and the second call was at 2:29 p.m.?
Yes, that sounds right.
So that 2:18 phone call, what happened with that phone call?
I think we were just going over parts, just back and forth, talking, probably just casual conversation as well.
And the 2:29 phone call was the one you just described.
Correct. Yeah.
We'll come back to that, but just to get jury oriented to what you're describing, have you had a chance to look back on your cell phone log from that day and the times that I'm referencing here?
I have, yes.
To your knowledge, at that time, when you heard Nevin Stanisic say, "What the F," did you know what was happening at that moment?
Not a clue.
How would you describe his tone at that point in the conversation?
Surprised.
And what exactly did he say?
What the fuck?
And what did you hear immediately after that?
Boom, boom. Just gunshots echoing.
And what was the next thing you heard over the phone?
It sounded like running water, like a spilled drink or something like that. And then 3 more shots. Not as close.
What did you do at that point, Mr. Sean?
I called his name a few more times. I figured he was just busy, so I hung up, called him back a few more times, I think, and then headed to our meeting spot. Because we had agreed to meet at the next location. And by the time I got there, he wasn't there. And the distances, I don't remember exactly where it was, but he should have got there way before I did. And he wasn't there. So I called him again. He didn't answer again, which was very weird. At that point, I started looking up.
Can I stop you there for a second?
Absolutely.
What was weird about the fact that you hadn't heard back from Nevin Stanisic?
Nevin, I don't think he ever didn't answer my phone calls. And if he did, he probably called back within 5-10 minutes. He always picked up his phone.
And from your recollection, you called him a couple times as soon as the phone went dead.
Yeah, I believe so.
Did you also text him asking him if he was okay?
He was okay. I did text him. Yeah.
Okay. And when you arrived to the location and Nevin Stanisic wasn't there, what did you think at that point?
Something was wrong. I thought maybe a car accident, something less serious. So that's what I started Googling. Car accident, Boulder, King Supers, and the first thing that came up was active shooter. So at that point, I called our dispatch, Dominic Rose, who we have GPSs on the vans, and I asked him where he was parked at. And whenever he read me where he was parked at, it was the same address I was reading in the newspaper on the online web news article. That's whenever I kind of put the pieces together.
The address being the King Supers at Table Mesa in South Boulder.
Correct.
Did you speak with Nevin's father at all during this time period?
I think I called him right after I called Dominic to let him know what I heard and what happened.
Where'd you go after that, Mr. Sean?
I went home after that, I think. He told me to call it a day.
And what'd you do?
I looked on the news and watched everything kind of
Objection,
unfold.
Your Honor. 401, 403.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness what he saw on the news related to Nevin Stanisic and what he learned.
Objection,
Terms
401,
of
403.
Observations.
Narrow it to the observations.
Sure.
I think I know what you're talking about in terms of locations.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Overruled for that purpose.
So without getting into what was being said on the news, did you see Nevin Stanisic's work van on the news?
I did.
What'd you see about the work van?
I saw the windshield was broken. The door was open and I could see his leg there.
Who's like,
Nevin's leg.
Oh, God.
may I approach the witness with what's been previously marked and shown to counsel as People's 4 for identification?
Yes.
You mean the judge, Solo? I would hope that there are no judges fresh out of law
You
school.
recognize that, Mr. Sean?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's Nevin's van. Broken windows.
And does it appear to be Nevin's van located at King Supers in South Boulder on March 22nd, 2021?
It does.
Does that picture fairly and accurately depict how it looked to you on March 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we move People's 4 into evidence
No objection.
Admitted.
and permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
So, Mr. Sean, you should be able to see that on your screen now, and the jury can actually see it up behind you. What are we looking at in this photograph? What do you see?
The work van with the broken windows. Nevin's work van.
Do you know who the black car belongs to?
I don't know, but I could guess.
Okay. And I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Sean. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
May he be released?
Yes, Your Honor, I ask that Mr. Sean be excused from the subpoena.
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, she's no objection. She kind of sounds like she thinks she's in a
Next witness, Mr. Kupner.
There's a people would call Kelly Dorr.
That's kind of how she sounds like. She's like, I'm going to say it in trial the way they do on TV. I mean, she might be really good. She may blow us away, but she's being so. She has a very strong presence.
Mr. Dorr, if you'll please come on up around here to my right, your left. Yeah, and then right around towards that screen there, sir. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated and you can adjust that microphone. I see you brought water. Thank you.
Mr. Dorr, introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name and how you spell your last name.
My name's Kelly Dorr, Kelly Ray Dorr. My last name is Dorr.
Mr. Dorr, what did you do for a career?
I was a meat market manager for King Supers.
How long were you a meat market manager?
See, 33 years.
So at the time of this incident, you were still working?
Yes,
Have you retired since this incident?
yes, I have.
Were you always at the same store?
No, I actually worked in Colorado Springs and then I transferred up here in, I think it was 2006.
When you were in Colorado Springs, how long did you work there?
Let's see, I was in Colorado Springs for 23 years, I believe it was.
And you worked as a meat manager when you were in Colorado Springs or in the meat department?
Yes, sir.
And then around 2006, when you moved north, what store did you work at?
At King Superstore 33.
So you had worked at King Supers for almost 20 years?
Yeah, yeah, when I came up to Boulder, you mean?
Yes.
Yes,
And then you remained at that store in South Boulder?
yes, sir.
Were you working on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
Can you just describe generally what was going on that day, what your shift was and what you were taking care of?
I was scheduled, I believe it was 12:30 to 9. It was a Saturday, and we were getting ready for a Sunday inventory. So I always worked the Saturday night before, and that way I could, in the back room, I could get everything inventoried in back so that when we came in early Sunday morning, all we had to inventory was just the front cases.
Mr. Store, did you guys always do inventory the same day, or is it possible this was a different day of the week?
Well, we weren't doing inventory that Saturday. It wasn't until Sunday that inventory was. So I was just working late, just preparing things for inventory on Sunday.
If I were to show you a calendar that indicated March 22nd were a Monday,
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
when you say, oh yeah, that's right, what did you realize?
yeah. I just realized that this was after the inventory. I was coming in late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Explain what the inventory entails, what was going on.
So inventory, you have to inventory all your back rooms. You have to inventory all the cases. So it's pretty involved. You got to get weights off of everything in back, and then out in the case, you literally have to scan every single item that's out there. So it's pretty lengthy thing to do for sure.
So you're going through and you're basically counting every steak you have, every package of hamburger, every
Yeah.
piece of meat in the entire store.
Yes, sir.
And as the manager of the meat department, that was one of your responsibilities.
Yes.
And you were at some point in the inventory process on the date that this took place.
Yes.
Around 2:30 that afternoon, what were you doing or about to do?
Just around 2:30, I was just getting ready to go on break.
Tell us what you normally do when you went on break.
Usually I go up front, get something to eat, and then usually go outside and spend my break outside.
Would you buy something to eat or would you bring your lunch or
Either or.
on that particular afternoon of March 22nd, 2021, were you buying something to eat?
Yes, I was.
Remember what you're buying?
I got a bagel out of the bakery.
When you got your bagel, where did you go to pay for it?
I went up to the U-Scan up in the front of the store or self-checkout.
And are there more than one U-Scan or self-checkout in that particular store?
Yeah, you had one at each end of the store. And both of them, I believe, had 6 checkouts in them.
Which one did you go to?
I went to, as I was walking into it, I went to the left side and the one that was closest to the front doors.
So that would have been on the west side.
Yes, sir.
Judge, if I could approach.
You may.
Mr. Dorr, can you tell us what I've handed you as People's Exhibit 2?
Yes, this is the layout of the store as it was that day.
You worked in that store for many years.
Yes, yeah, for 16.
Fair and accurate as to the way the store was laid out on the date of this particular attack.
Yes, sir.
I would move to admit People's Exhibit 2, Your Honor,
No objection.
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes.
No objection.
Mr. Dorr, there is a orange handled pointer. You can extend it if you need to. Can you just kind of stand up, watch your head, and then on the screen behind you, just kind of describe the layout of the store for the jury?
Okay. So this is the front of the store. This is the west side. This is the meat department back in here. Deli's up here, and this is let's see here.
And you've indicated Starbucks is immediately to the west of the west entrance.
Yes, sir.
And you've indicated the meat section, which I think is labeled meat and seafood on that particular diagram, kind of at the bottom left of People's Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Continue with the rest of the store.
This is the produce floor was in here. These are the use scans right in here, and then you have use scans over on the east side. These are just the aisles that are in the store. Bakery was just off of the meat part of here. Dairy and all of that was back in here. These are the doors leading back into the back room. Then this is the east side of the store with the pharmacy up in the opposite end there.
And many of the items, as far as locations, produce, pharmacy, those locations are actually labeled on People's Exhibit 2.
Yes, sir.
And you've indicated those in showing the jury where those locations are.
Yes, sir.
So tell us where you were at a little before 2:30 or about 2:30 when you were buying your bagel.
So I had left my department. I came over to the bakery. And then I went up aisle 3. And then around through here, and I was at this register right here, just about 2:30. Just a little before.
Had you paid for your bagel?
I was in the process.
While you were in the process of paying for the bagel, what happened?
Just as I finished paying, I heard the first, I guess, I want to say, I didn't know it was a shot at the time, but I heard a loud bang.
Go ahead and sit down. Tell us, where did it appear that bang was coming from when you heard it?
I knew it was from outside. I just didn't know where outside. And initially, I wouldn't say that I thought it was a gunshot, but saying that, that was one of the thoughts that entered my head, is that it could possibly be a gunshot, but I wasn't sure.
What were the other thoughts that entered your head?
Well, I had started to move towards the west door. And since I didn't know exactly what that was, I was just real hesitant to go through that door.
Okay. What happened as you moved further towards the door?
As I moved further towards the door, I heard the second shot. And that's when I knew that it was gunshot.
What made you know it was a gunshot?
I've been around a lot of weapons throughout my life. I mean, I've shot AR platforms. I've shot 300 Win Mag. I've shot a lot of weapons. And I knew when I heard the second one, I knew it was a gunshot, and I knew it was a rifle.
Why do you say you knew it was a rifle?
A handgun. I mean, a handgun, you know, you're only looking at a projectile that's going through the air at 1,200 feet per second. You know, on a rifle, you're looking at a projectile going through the air at 2,700 feet per second or 3,000 feet per second. It has a distinctive crack to it.
And it sounded like a rifle to you when you heard that second shot.
Yes, sir.
What did you do at that point?
I backed away from that west door because I couldn't tell. I knew it was outside, but I didn't know if it was towards the west of the store or the east of the store. I just wasn't sure.
What was your concern at that point, not knowing where the shots were coming from?
Well, I didn't want to walk outside and walk into something, because my initial thought at that point was, I thought to myself, you know, is this two guys out in the parking lot, you know, and they're shooting guns at each other? That was my initial thought.
So continue to describe what you did.
So I was at the west door, And there were some people that were near me, and we had all kind of backed away from that west door. And then I heard the third shot, and that was when I thought to myself, inside my head, I thought, this is coming inside. That was actually what went through my head.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I kind of stayed right where I was, because I didn't want to start running around and run into whoever had the gun. And so I waited by the west door, and I was thinking in my head, I thought, I'm not making any moves until I can actually get eyes on this guy. So I stayed right where I was.
What did you see in here?
So at that point, I had backed away from the door, and I had my eyes on the west door, because I thought, if he's coming in this store, I want to get first glimpse of him, because I thought from where I was that I could move over to where the deli was, because there were exit doors over there. And that was my plan of attack. If he was coming through that west door, is that I was going to run through those doors over by the deli department.
Can you show us where those exits by
Yes.
the deli are?
Yes, sir. Let's see, so. So these are gonna be these doors right here.
You're indicating on the upper left of People's Exhibit 2, which would be on the north side of the building, on the same side as that west entrance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you're waiting by the west entrance, trying to decide which way you're going to go. Once you figure out what's happening, what happens next?
So, I kept my eyes on the west door just because I was right there. And then just out of the corner of my eye to my right, I saw a flash and heard a bang. And that's when I directed my attention towards the east doors. And then right after that, I seen this man enter into the building. He had the rifle up to his shoulder. And there were U-scans as you come in that east door. And it seemed to me like he fired one shot towards the U-scan. And then he moved his rifle and shot deeper into the store. Probably shot 3 to 4 times that I seen him as he entered into the store.
I want to back up to that first flash you saw.
Okay.
That flash was to the east, but was it outside the store?
I think, and I'm not positive, but I think he was still in that breezeway and he was entering into the store as he fired that shot.
Somewhere outside the east entrance, to the best you could tell.
Yeah. So in my head, I mean, after it all kind of happened and I had time to think about it, I thought to myself, that muzzle must have been pretty close to those front doors when he fired it. And that's how I saw the flash.
Now, these next shots you're talking about, this is after he's entered the east doors and is standing by the U-scans on the east side.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned he fired one shot towards the U-scans, it
Seemed
appeared.
like- It appeared, yes.
When you say he fired deeper into the store, which direction are you talking about?
So that first shot that he had was to his right a little bit. And then it was sort of like, as you look down that pathway through those doors, there's aisles. You can see the aisles in the stores. So I figured he was shooting, like I said, deeper into the store. Because I didn't see anybody directly in front of him that he was firing at. I just seen him firing into the store.
What was the next thing he did?
Next thing that I did, this sounds kind of strange, but from the time he actually entered into the building, it seemed like just everything slowed down. It seemed like I had forever to think about this. So as he was firing, these are some of the things that went through my head. I thought, okay, where is this guy headed? Where do I want to go? And what can I do? And as I was thinking all of those things, it just seemed like things were just going so slow. I was actually thinking inside my head, come on, hurry up, make a move, go somewhere. I need to know where you're going. That was actually in my head. And then just shortly after I thought that, I seen him, and I don't know if his whole body turned my way or if just his head turned my way. But I seen him turn in my direction. The rifle was slightly down, it seemed to me. And then I seen the rifle coming up, and that's when I ran towards the west door.
So if you could stand back up and describe to us where you're at and where he's at when either his head or his body turns towards you and the rifle comes up.
So I was right in this area here.
And you're indicating the area just inside the west doors,
Yes.
okay?
And this is that breezeway I talked about, right in here. And then he entered into the store this way. And he was right in this location here when he was making the.
And you're indicating just inside the east doors, which would be just to the south of the east doors.
Yes, sir. Yes.
When he turned, where was he located when he turned towards you?
He was right in this area right here.
When you say the gun came up, describe what you mean.
So, like I said, I don't know if he turned his whole body towards me. I just seen his head turn. I mean, that I know for sure. And then he kind of had the rifle in a lowered position. Can I stand up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Seemed like he had the rifle down like this, and he turned his head, and then I seen the rifle starting to come up, back up to his shoulder. And so that's when I made my move to the west door.
And to be coming up in that manner that you've described, he was pointing the weapon towards the west.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the weapon you saw?
I knew it was an AR platform.
When you say you knew it was an AR platform, how'd you know that?
I have several of them.
Were there additional shots fired before you got out the west doors?
So here's another kind of weird thing that happened. When I ran to the west door, those are the doors, you know, that as you approach them, they open for you. So when I ran to that door did not open immediately. So I was up against the door and the door was still closed. And in that moment, I couldn't hear anything. All the screaming I heard in the store stopped. I couldn't hear gunshots anymore. I mean, it was in my head, it was dead quiet. And as I was up against the door, I just brought my arms up to pull the doors apart, and then they started to come open. And then as I made my first step through that door, it was as if somebody turned the sound on again. And all of a sudden I could hear the screaming again, and I could hear the gunshots going. So
did you hear more gunshots after you got out of the doors or before you were outside the doors?
as I was exiting that door, I heard them.
When you got out of the doors, what'd you do?
I started running through that breezeway. And again, I know this sounds strange, but as I was running through that breezeway, I just started counting shots. And so as I was running, I counted off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then when I got to 6, I quit and I just kept running.
Where did you run?
I ran out to the west parking lot.
When you say the west parking lot, you mean the one that would be to the north of the main store, but just the lot further to the west?
Yes, sir.
What can you describe about the individual that you saw enter the store with the AR?
Well, you know, after this happened, I was talking to my son.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain.
We can't talk about what other people said to
Okay.
us.
Okay.
So can you, if you can, tell us what you remember about the person with the gun?
You know, I seen him enter the store. I knew he had on a white t-shirt. I knew he had black hair, and I knew he had a beard or a mustache, but I wasn't sure which one he had. I mean, when I viewed him at the store, I was pretty focused on where the weapon was pointed.
What happened after you got to the west lot?
Got out to the west lot and there was another employee out there. We stood there and talked for just a few minutes, not very long. And then I told him, I said, you know, we should really move away from this building. And so we went out towards the street, out where my car was parked at the time.
When you say out towards the street, what street are you talking about, or where was your car parked?
It was parked out in I can't remember, the Tejon there. And that, I was right out by the street there in the front of the store on the west side.
Maybe if I show you People's Exhibit 1, does that help with being able to kind of describe where you were at in the west lot when you ran into the other employee and where you guys went?
Yeah. So I ran out into here. And then my car was parked over in this area.
You're indicating upper left-hand corner of People's Exhibit 1 for where your car was parked, as well as where you guys were at in the west lot. All right. Once you got to your car, what did you guys do?
You know, we really just kind of stayed there. Gosh, we hadn't been there too awfully long when the first police car entered the parking lot. And we just kind of waited there to see what was going to happen.
Describe where the first police cars went when they entered the lot.
They came into the main entrance there, and drove right to the front of the store. And then from where I was at, I could see the officer exit the police car, but I wasn't sure where he went to.
How many police cars did you see arrive?
Oh, gosh. Initially just that first one, and then there were probably 15 to 20 police cars. There was a SWAT team that showed up. Yeah, there were a lot.
So how long did you guys stay at your car?
Gosh, we were there until probably stayed out there until, because we really couldn't leave. I mean, the police were kind of everywhere and they had the roads blocked off. And so, gosh, we were out by my car until about 8:30 at night, I think it was.
At some point, or I guess at about 3:44 after getting out, so about an hour after the shooting started, did you make an effort to communicate to the store manager what had happened?
I did.
How'd you do that?
I texted her.
And was that still while you were on scene?
Yes, sir.
It was after you made it to the parking lot and were still under the emotional impact of what you had observed?
Yes, sir.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dorr, can you tell us what I just handed you? People's Exhibits 5 and 6.
Yeah, this is a screenshot of the text that I sent my store manager, Sherry.
Tell us who Sherry is.
Sherry's the store manager for store 33 King Supers.
That would be the Table Mesa store.
Yes, sir.
Why were you communicating what had just occurred?
You know, when I made the text to her, everything was really fresh in my mind and I wanted to get it written down. I mean, that was my initial thought. Plus I wanted her to know what I had seen and where I had gone, kind of.
And People's Exhibit 5 is the first part of that text, and then People's Exhibit 6 is just the second part because it couldn't all be photographed in the same picture.
Yeah, it was pretty lengthy.
And that's an actual photograph of the text you sent to Sherry.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibits 5 and 6.
No objection.
Hey, Justice Jane, nice to see you.
Can you see that, Mr. Dorr?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you described to Sherry in that text?
It was really kind of everything that happened from the time I hit
back,
the
Rachel.
U-scan until I went out the west door. I just kind of explained to her everything that I saw from kind of beginning to end as far as me being in the store.
And at the bottom part of that, People's Exhibit 5, that first part of the text, tell the jury why you didn't call 911 during this incident.
When I was at the west door, when the shooter had entered the store and was firing, I did actually think of doing that. And then there was a gentleman behind me to my left. And as I was thinking about reaching for my phone, I heard a gentleman back behind me to my left, and I heard him, he was on the phone with 911, and I heard him actually say, we have an active shooter situation.
And that was while you were still inside.
Yeah, well, I was still inside.
Had the shooter entered the store yet at that point?
Yeah, he was in the store when he made the call.
When you guys could just publish People's Exhibit 6, give the jury an opportunity to see it.
Sure would be nice if they let us see the exhibits. Not all of them, but I guess it's just too hard to control on a Zoom. When this trial goes to break, I'm going to switch over to the judge jumper trial, which they just got started on their second day.
So you mentioned you stayed on scene with your coworker for an extended period of time. Ultimately, when did you leave and where did you go?
So we went down and talked to some police officers to see if I could get my car out of the parking lot and head home. And he said that the whole area was shut down, and that we would need to call somebody to get a ride home. So that's what we did.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Dorr.
I have no questions, Your Honor. Can the parties approach before the next witness is called?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good timing. So they went on a break. So we're jumping over to the judge jumper trial, and for a moment, and I want to actually show you how the defendant walked in, because I saw it a little bit ago when I opened this stream. Watch how he walks in and says hi to the judge.
But is there anything that we need to discuss outside? Oh, it's Mr. Okay, Mr. Redden. Okay.
I thought that was funny. He's like, hi. All right, let's get to the actual trial. I know, he was like, hi. It was endearing. It's like they waited a bit for things to get started after they opened the cameras. This is weird. I don't know what's going on. All right. Here they finally are.
Getting started in just a moment or two. It is very important that you be here on time. We've lost about 18 minutes, so. We're all on
Whoa.
Fridays. We can't get started with.
Dressing down the
We have
jury.
all of you here, all right? All right, first order of business is that the parties have stipulated to the admission of exhibits, plaintiff's exhibits 62 and 63. Those exhibits are admitted. All right, next witness, or first witness, I should say.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mary Kay Holtz.
And can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Mary Kay Holtz, MaryKayHolths.
Did you get that? She said that really fast.
Here's the victim.
Okay.
I'm nervous on this side.
So the first witness is the victim. Yikes. A victim judge. I don't think we've seen this very often.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently a judicial district court judge?
I am,
How long have you been on the bench?
since 2019,
Were you elected or appointed?
elected.
Since then, have you handled what we refer to as a mixed docket?
I have,
Can you describe what that is for the jury, please?
means I do half criminal and half civil. So on some days I'm doing civil trials and calendars, and opposite days I'm doing criminal.
I want to focus in on criminal calendars. What types of matters are you handling on a day-to-day basis?
All types that come to the district court, which are basically felonies and gross misdemeanors.
Are there various types of hearings associated?
He's a very fast talker.
There are.
Would that include arraignments, guilty pleas, sentencings, revocations, and trials such as this?
It would.
Can you explain to the jury briefly what a guilty plea hearing is and how it unfolds?
A guilty plea hearing is when, I mean, obviously, you know, most cases don't go to trial, they negotiate. And it's a negotiation between the defense attorney and the state. Defendant will enter into a guilty plea agreement. And then at the guilty plea hearing, we do a canvass. They review paperwork, sign off on it, and then we also engage them orally to make sure they understand everything they're doing and the rights that they're giving up in exchange for their guilty pleas.
Subsequent to a guilty plea hearing, is in the matter set for sentencing?
It is.
And what is a sentence?
A sentencing is when they're going to be sentenced pursuant to negotiation or otherwise, whether they're going to get probation or prison.
This
After
is
they-
a good way to
After
learn
we
the
accept the
judicial
guilty
process.
plea, we refer the matter to parole and probation.
The
Parole
minute-
and probation does what we call pre-sentence investigation report, criminal background, social background, medical background, all the history of the individual for consideration ultimately in passing sentencing.
Are there times in which a criminal defendant will appear in front of you out of custody?
Yes,
And are there other times in which they will appear in custody?
yes,
As a result of that, are there some sentencing hearings in which people are remanded into custody from out of custody?
there are.
Are there security measures in place in the courtroom for these out of custody defendants as well as the in custody?
Well, there's security in the courtroom. We have marshals and we have corrections officers watching. I don't know per se if there's anything special.
No, that answers the question. Are there times in which you will sentence someone to probation?
Yes,
Other times in which you may send them into custody, correct?
yes,
When you sentence someone to probation, are they still monitored by the court itself?
not by the court, by parole and probation.
And what is parole and probation?
Parole and probation is the division responsible for supervising individuals that are on probation. They may have to report, they tell them what to do, help them find jobs, or put them in programming, get evaluations to see what kind of programming it is best to serve that individual.
Are there times in which defendants who you presided over will get probation, they'll go out into the community, and then they'll essentially mess up on probation itself.
Yes.
And would they be brought back in front of you at that point in time?
Not right away. Sometimes P&P tends to work with them a lot of times to give them multiple chances. But at some point, when they get to a certain level, then parole and probation will put on what we call a violation report, saying that they're violating the probation. Judge, it's time for you to take a look. We think they should go do their time now.
And then that goes in front of you, and what's that proceeding called?
Revocation hearing?
At revocation hearings, do you essentially make a decision if the defendant should remain on probation or be remanded into custody?
Yes.
I want to bring you back to November 20th of 2023. On that date, do you recall whether or not you took a guilty plea from the defendant in a prior case?
I do not specifically.
When I say the defendant, do you understand who I'm referring to?
I do.
Who?
Mr. Redden?
Do you see Mr. Redden in court?
I do.
Can you
Sitting
please-
between his two attorneys over there at the table.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Okay, there's three gentlemen and he's.
The middle
right in
guy.
middle?
Yep.
Okay, let the record
Not in the
reflect.
lie.
So as you sit here today, you don't recall taking a plea from the defendant?
I do not.
If I were to show you a document that memorializes that plea, would that maybe refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
Me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
So I'm showing you court minutes as well as a guilty plea from November 20th of 2023. Are court minutes essentially a record of any court proceeding that happens
They are.
in the courtroom? Do you recognize your name on there?
I do.
And do you see journal entry which suggests that you took the defendant's plea?
Yes,
And that would be on November 20th of 2023?
correct.
Do you remember which charges he pled guilty to?
Attempt battery, substantial bodily harm.
Okay.
That I remember.
Okay. And so on this particular date, when you took the defendant's plea in the prior case, was he released from custody?
He was,
And was that pursuant to an agreement in the guilty plea?
correct.
When he's released from custody, I would presume he goes back out into the community. Is that
He
right?
does,
And then you set a proceeding to follow the guilty plea.
correct. The sentencing date.
And you talked a little bit about the sentencing date. You mentioned that you received some materials to review in order to prepare for a sentence.
Right.
And in this particular case, did you receive those materials?
I did.
And what were those materials?
Well, I always have the guilty plea agreement, so I know what the negotiations were, and the pre-sentence investigation report
If
primarily.
Primarily, you said? If sentencing was set in this case on January 3rd of this year, when would you have prepared your calendar and reviewed those materials?
Sometime in the week prior,
And
usually
so-
closer in time, so I remember. I don't remember, because it was a holiday kind of time, was our first day back. It may have been like the Friday before.
Okay. And so you know some things in advance about the defendant when you're going in to do a sentencing hearing. Is that
Oh, yeah,
Do you remember reviewing a PSI in this case?
I do.
Can you explain just briefly for the jury, when you're reviewing a PSI, what are the types of things you're looking for in order to determine the appropriate sentence?
Generally, the first thing, partly because it comes first in the PSI, is the age. Because depending on whether, if it's somebody older who's never been in trouble before versus somebody super young, a lot harder to send an 18-year-old to prison, to be honest. And just kind of, so age is what I look at first.
Continue.
And then I kind of peruse, is it somebody, do they have a lot of AKAs? That kind of gives you a little heads up. A look at the family background to kind of see what we're dealing with. Is this somebody who's had problems growing up? Has there been foster care kinds of situation? What's the family situation? A lot of times we'll have, dad's in prison, mom took off, raised by grandma. All those things are kind of behavior or trying to understand what you need to address and where you need to go. Obviously, one of the big things is the criminal history. I always jot down how many felonies, how many gross misdemeanors, how many misdemeanors. And then looking specifically at those, what types are they? Is this somebody who's got a drug issue that needs to be addressed? Are we looking at stolen identity of another, possessions of credit cards and stuff, which more often than not also indicates a drug problem, and where these crimes are focused. And then kind of in a separate category is violence. And sex offenders, I suppose, another one that are a little bit different.
Is prior violence an important factor for you when deciding whether to put someone back out on the streets or put them into custody?
Hugely.
And in this particular case, did you note prior violence in Mr. Redden's history when reviewing his case?
I did.
As you sit here today, do you have a recollection of any
I do.
specifics?
I know that when I did the PSI, he was about 30 years old, and his first criminal conviction was in 2012, battery domestic violence. So literally, he hit 18 and it's domestic violence on his record. And throughout the remainder, until I saw him again, he averaged one battery domestic violence conviction a year, always. He had 3 felony convictions. He had an attempt theft that actually started out, it was pled to an attempt theft, but it started out as a robbery, which is the violent taking of property from someone else against their will, a classic crime of violence. He had 2 battery domestic violence felony convictions. You get a felony after you have so many misdemeanors, they start becoming felony. He had a battery with substantial bodily harm conviction. He had a gross misdemeanor for malicious destruction of private property, which started out as a attempt home invasion, meaning kicking in someone's home. Again, pled down to the malicious destruction. I believe that was the one I had him on probation for. I didn't recall it, but I've since learned that he was in my department on probation for that. And I ultimately revoked him because of the case that I was seeing him on back at the time of the attack.
Okay, so that's a lot of information.
I know, sorry. I do that.
I appreciate that.
Okay, do me a favor, both of you, make sure you let him get his question out before you respond and vice versa. My court reporter is really good at what she does, but she's never mastered the art of taking down 2 people at the same time. Sorry.
In addition to criminal history, are you also reviewing the PSI to determine if that individual has had opportunities with probation, services, mental health treatment, and all those types?
Absolutely.
And in this case, as you perused Mr. Redden's PSI, did you see evidence to suggest that he had had several opportunities with the system when it comes to service?
I did. All of the crimes that we see, they're in a chart form, and then next to the chart is kind of what they got, probation, prison, violations and whatnot. And so you can tell that he had had probation a number of times, that he had violated a number of times. According to his report, he had gone through mental health court, had multiple sanctions and got in trouble a lot of times, but ultimately was passed through and graduated from the mental health court program. According to the PSI 2 times, he definitely had jail terms and he had been to prison for on 1 term.
And so you had mentioned a moment ago, you have since realized that you previously revoked his probation.
Correct.
I want the record to be clear about that. When you're reviewing his PSI, preparing to sentence him when the incident occurs, you don't recall that information.
No, no clue.
Fair to say there are hundreds, if not thousands, of criminal defendants who've come in front of you over the years.
Yes.
And you have since learned that you had previously revoked his probation and sent him to jail.
Correct. And I don't know if I sent him to jail. I don't know if he was in custody and he stipulated that he had violated his probation. I mean, he may have been agreeable to it. I don't know any of the facts of that. I just know that I somehow ruled you're revoked.
Understood. I want to now move forward to January 3rd of this year. So on that date, you proceed into court for your criminal calendar.
Right.
Do you remember how many matters you had on that day?
I don't.
Were there a mix of both in custody and out of custody defendants?
Yes.
At some point in time, did Mr. Redden, was his case called?
It was.
If you can summarize for the jury, what happened when his case was called initially?
I mean, nothing, it was just the typical, he was in on a bench warrant return as well, because after we let him out, he didn't show up. So Mr. Almasi, his attorney, had put him on for a bench warrant return, meaning come into court and ask not to quash the warrant, not to arrest him on it. And so,
And so everyone understands, he was out of custody on the day of his sentence.
he was,
He had a bench warrant in that case, but he walked in from the street.
correct.
When,
He had failed to appear at the prior sentencing date.
okay, that's what I'm looking for, Judge. So there was a prior sentencing date, he doesn't show up for that. A bench warrant is generated, and then he comes in out of custody at the second sentence.
Right.
Explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how it is that the sentencing starts to proceed. Who talks first and how does that go?
The state always has the right to argue first. In a lot of negotiations, they'll negotiate away the right to argue for any particular sentence. They might agree to probation. They might make no recommendation. There's a number of things they could stipulate to a sentence per the deal. In this case, because the defendant failed to appear, any negotiation previously offered by the state is off the table, and the state, what we call, regains the right to argue. So even if they were agreeing to some other sentence previous, because he failed to appear, they have the right to argue for the sentence. So,
So in this case that occurred, and then I would presume the deputy district attorney that was in court that day would argue the sentence.
he did,
And he would recommend whatever sentence he deemed appropriate.
he did,
Ultimately, the decision would have been up to you.
it was.
After the district attorney argues for their sentence, what happens next?
Then I turn to the defendant, Mr. Redden. He goes next. Do you have anything to say to the court before I pronounce sentence? And he was very calm and articulate, and basically he's been doing great. He's at a better place than he ever was before. And, you know, I pointed out your violent history, your failure to appear. And I don't remember whether mental illness came up, but I had said that he had been through mental health court. In his PSI, he had claimed that mental illness wasn't an issue for him. So it's kind of hard to, I didn't know how to reconcile it. But anyway, he had talked about he was going to have a job with the Teamsters and he was going to do all this stuff. Meanwhile, he had no employment history whatsoever, that at least according to the PSI, there was no employment history. So I don't know where he was going, but anyway, he was calm. And he said,
Go ahead.
I think you should give me probation. He said, and we did have, we talked about his criminal history, and it's just so much violence. And
Let me ask you some very specific
Sure.
questions. When Mr. Redden was speaking in court, did you observe any signs of impairment?
no,
Did you observe any signs of mental distress or disease or hallucinations or anything of that nature?
absolutely not.
Had you observed something to that effect, would it have been concerning to you?
Of course,
Are there times in which the court needs to jump in and say, hey, it's not appropriate to proceed today?
absolutely
Here, did you see anything that caused you concern while Mr. Redden spoke?
not at all.
After Mr. Redden spoke, who spoke next?
Mr. Almasi,
And who was that?
his attorney, Caesar,
And was Mr. Almasi permitted to make a full argument to the court and ask for leniency and whatever he wanted?
he was,
And did he do so?
he did.
Now, in a moment, I want to play some video for you. Judge, with the court's permission, we've previously stipulated to 58. May I publish?
You may.
No, they should, let me see. No, they should be on already, but maybe the tape is going off. Somebody has.
So yesterday they had a PORN bomb, a PORN bomb in the Zoom in this trial. So I think they're being extra careful with video replay.
Before we get there, Judge, Up until that point, district attorney speaks, Mr. Redden speaks, defense attorney speaks. Was everything proceeding as you expect a sentencing proceeding?
Yeah.
Were there any signs at all that this was going to get out of control or violent?
No, it was actually completely contrary because he was, like I said, calm and articulate. And he said, this is what I'm doing. But at the same time, he said, but Judge, I understand you got to do what you think is right. And I understand that. So it was better than I would normally hope, I guess.
Courts Commission 58.
Okay. 3697.
This is time set for entry of judgment and position of sentence. Is there any legal cause or reason why judgment should not be pronounced against you at this time?
No, Judge.
The virtue be
3697.
Is that your courtroom on January 3rd of 2024?
It is.
And is that your current courtroom?
It is.
As you look around this courtroom, is it set up a little bit differently than yours?
It is.
The folks that are on the right-hand side of the screen, do you know who they are?
Yeah.
Who are
The
they?
deputy DAs, Joey Scarborough and Richard Scow.
Picture also on your screen.
It is.
Okay.
You can see that on your screen there, Judge.
I can.
The folks on the right, who are they?
The district attorneys, Richard Scow and Joey Scarborough.
And on the left,
Cesar Almasi.
is that the gentleman in the blue suit?
It is.
Who's that taller guy standing in the center of the room?
Shane Brandon, my marshal.
And is Shane Brandon, similar to Marshall Black, responsible for courtroom security?
He is.
Counsel, can I have you approach for a moment?
Report.
You had mentioned PSI. What does that actually mean?
Pre-sentence investigation report.
And is that, as you described, several pages long, and it would give not only criminal history of an individual, but where they're from, their childhood, their background, their marital status, their health, and various other things.
Yes.
Essentially, it's a packet that is supposed to give you everything you need to sentence an individual appropriately.
Correct.
These individuals down here on the left, you can see at least one of them. Who are these folks?
Those are the other inmates.
And so they are in your courtroom, they're sitting where our jury is sitting today.
Correct.
And those are in custody defendants, is that right?
Right.
When a defendant shows up out of custody, do they sit back in the gallery area here?
They do.
And as you mentioned before, Mr. Redden was out of custody.
He was.
I'm going to resume the video.
All right. This is time set for entry of judgment and position of sentence. Is there any legal cause or reason why judges should not be pronounced against you at this time?
No, Judge.
By virtue of you plead guilty, I hereby judge you guilty of attempt battery with substantial bodily harm. My notes indicate the state retained the right to argue.
Okay, I just have to stop here for just a second to recognize that, we were talking about how this judge talks fast on the witness stand. And we just had a judge in a previous trial, the one we just ended with, Robert Tellis, where the judge, and it's also in Las Vegas, where they're reading through the stuff in the court papers and just going. Most of the time, judges are more deliberate, not running through it. So it's just funny. We see the same thing going on here.
The benchmark, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, Judge.
All right, state.
I think based on the criminal history, Judge, let's see the PSI. I know you see all this, I don't need to rehash everything. My concerns are, there are crimes of violence.
Yep.
In the PSI, 3 felonies, 1 probation revoked. But you do see on page 5, there are many probation violations or remands on a probation honorable discharge form. But I am concerned based on the nature of the criminal history, home invasions, battery, domestic violence, assault with a deadly weapon in this case that led to an attempt battery substantial. I think felony is appropriate, and I think a prison term would be appropriate.
Is there any restitution or victim impact?
No, Judge, not really today, so. But I do think prison is appropriate. I asked the court to impose 19 to 48 on this case, based on the criminal history and the facts of this case.
Okay.
Judge, could you hear that okay?
Uh-huh.
When the deputy district attorney asked for 19 to 48, just describe what that means,
The attempt battery or substantial bodily harm that he was charged with could be treated either as a felony, where you could get 1 to 4 years in prison, or it could be treated as a gross misdemeanor. You get up to 364 days in the Clark County Detention Center. He was asking that it be treated as a felony, the 1 to 4, and he was asking for the maximum sentence under that felony, 19 to 48. It's 19 months to 48 months. Here in Nevada, you get a max and a minimum sentence. So you get the 48 months or the 4 years. The minimum is supposed to be a truth in sentencing to let you know how much you have to serve before you are eligible for parole. And that would be the 19 to 48. The minimum can't exceed 40% of the maximum. So truly the maximum minimum and the maximum in this case was 19 to 48 months.
Mr. Redden, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf before I pronounce that?
So basically, I would like to tell the courts and everyone here, like, based on my criminal history, like, I feel that, like, I shouldn't be, like, sent to prison for a second time.
Have you looked at your criminal history? Have you looked at your criminal history?
I actually just, I looked at it.
When you lived it?
I just looked at it, yeah.
Yeah.
And,
3 felonies, gross, 9 misdemeanors, multiple DVs. Got a lot going on, sir.
Yeah, I just figured, like.
Battery on a protected person, robberies. Attempt home invasion. Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I just figure like I'm in a better place in my mind, my mental health. I have a support system. I just got hired as a teamster for, a union, making $20 an hour. And like the reason behind every single domestic violence, I've been dealing with mental health. And I didn't know that I was dealing with mental health. And they put me in mental health court, and I still didn't know that I had a mental health problem until it was August 2022 when I realized I had a problem with this. And like having a dictionary and like understanding myself, getting to know myself a little better, and applying it to my personality, and having an epiphany at that moment in those instances, and just like trying to learn from my mistakes, And I feel like I shouldn't be sent to prison. But if it's appropriate for you, then you have to do what you have to do. But I figure that, if I'm in a better place in my life, I'm not doing drugs, I'm not out there committing crimes now, and I feel like I should be given a shot because I'm in a better place than I was than you know, so, but I'm a person who never stops trying to do the right thing, no matter how hard it is. And I just, you know, and I'm trying, and I never give up trying to do the right thing. I know I'm not a rebellious person. I don't want to be standing there. I want you to have to, you know, sit up there and waste your time as well, you know? But the criteria of me saying this is that I'm a person that never stops trying to do the right things, even if it's hard. And I did the best I could. I have mental problems, I guess.
Thank you. Joe Massey.
Judge, as contained in the pre-sentence investigation report, my client was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. And in speaking with him, it certainly seems that he's following the pattern that this court has seen so many times, so self-medication.
I've had 2 goes at mental health court, Joe Massey.
He did. He does have to honor with discharge from probation. So he can do probation. He can be successful when supervised. It is true that he did get dishonorable discharge. He was revoked on a gross misdemeanor that he was being supervised for just very recently. But he is in a different position now. His foster mother, who is present as a show of support, her name is Karen Springer, has provided him a place to live, which is listed on the PSI. His current address at 8 Rose Circle, Apartment A in North Las Vegas. And she very graciously has allowed him to stay there rent-free until he gets on his feet. Now, he is now part of Union 631 with the Teamsters and is hoping to work his way through that program so that he can maintain work. He's also reached out to
Up until this point, Your Honor, you have suggested a couple times that you're not buying the argument for probation. Is that fair?
Fair.
Did you just now observe Mr. Redden move his body position a bit?
Yes.
Did you notice that back then?
No.
Shannon West for any job prospects that are available.
You seeing that now?
I am.
Is it common for a judge and her marshal to have a bit of an unspoken language that goes on when you're sentencing?
Yes.
You work closely with your marshal?
Very.
And those cues that you've given in court, do they have a bit of a purpose?
They do.
What is that?
So he can get ready for a remand.
And a remand means putting cuffs on.
Taking somebody out of custody and putting him in custody.
I'm going to resume the video.
To and through them. Finally, Judge, it's not just his mental health that he's been contending with, but he also has a history of IEP in his education. And at 30 years old, he does not have a high school degree. And so we spoke about that as well, and I think it's high time that we did that. I think the court can trust that he is going to perform well on probation. I think he's worth this risk. If the court wants the 1948 as suggested by the VA, I would have no issue with that, but to suspend it rather than just send him to prison for any length of time. I think it makes more sense given the circumstances and his ability to do probation successfully that he be given this opportunity.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he get a taste of something else because I just can't let that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada.
All right, before we let that play, Judge, I want you to do your best to walk us through what happens next from your end.
I remember him coming at me and really didn't think that he would ever make contact. And then I just remember it was like a crash sound. I just remember smashing into the wall. I went down, my glasses went up. I smashed into the wall. He was on me. And then I was being pulled down. I was being hit and I don't know where and by what. I had closed my eyes. I was trying to protect my face and my head. He had me by the hair, and I was still getting hit in the head. In the meantime, I saw my law clerk who was sitting next to me, who had dove almost in front of me as Mr. Redden came at me. And he was on top trying to pry the defendant off me. By this point, I had pulled down, I was kind of laying down in the back of the bench. I had gone my head from this side to this side. And I just remember saying, help, help, somebody get him off. I mean, in my head, I was completely defenseless. He was so determined and so violent and so, it was scary. I didn't think I was going to get out of there.
I'll give you a moment. I want to play a little more video. Back up a little bit.
Fuck that bitch. Hey, don't do this.
Please, please.
Is she okay? Hey, can you fucking radio somebody? Fucking radio somebody.
Can you do your best to describe the level of force he used when you were under the bench and we can't see in the video?
The level of force he used the entire time was superhuman. I don't know. From the time he came through the air and smashed into me, he knocked me literally almost through the wall, out of my chair. He knocked me so hard, he knocked me out of my shoes. You know, when you see a car accident and people get hit so hard by a car, their shoes come off. I mean, that's how hard he hit me. And when I was down there, it didn't get less.
We saw there are a couple of individuals jump in, one of them being your law clerk.
Yes.
While, if you remember, if you know, while your law clerk was trying to save you, was Mr. Redden stopped?
He was not.
Can you describe that? What was going on physically and how?
Only by feel. Because
Do your best.
I was down in the ground and I could just feel someone going at me who was Mr. Redden, because that's where he was. And I could feel someone trying to pull him off and leave her alone. And you know, this like they're fighting over me. I mean, Michael's trying to pull him off and he's not letting go.
Do you know, based on memory, where his hands were?
I do not.
Do you remember being struck or hitting your head while you were down behind the bench?
Yes.
Do you remember what struck you?
I do not.
Do you remember what side of your head it was?
Left at that point.
Did Mr. Redden continue to attack you while Mr. Lasso was pulling you?
He did.
At some point, Mr. Lasso and the others are successful in getting him physically off you. So
3 of them. 3 or 4 of them it took to get him off me.
where did you go or what did you do once they were able to?
As soon as I was clear enough, I literally rolled onto my bench in fetal position.
I would presume that this was extremely traumatic for you, but I have to ask, do you know if you went unconscious during the attack?
I don't know.
What is the next thing you remember after rolling into the fetal position under the bench?
I remember thinking, why is it taking so long? I mean, there was chaos in the courtroom, there was screaming, the alarms were going off, and there was still a struggle. Again, I couldn't see it. Partly my eyes were closed and partly it was out of my sight. And so I was just laying there and waiting. And then the next thing I remember is Jory coming up, is she okay? And Michael came up earlier, Michael Lassell, my law clerk, and kind of stood by me, kind of, are you okay? And also, at least the feeling I got was that he was the buffer in case they lost control of the defendant again, because he was still very close.
While the attack was actually going on, what was going through your head?
I'm not going to get out of here. And it's a weird thing because I know that there's video and there's a part of me going, I'll be dead. But I have 3 kids. They're going to watch. And that's what they're going to see. That's what was making me so mad. Not what he was doing to me, but what he would do to my family. Okay.
Take your time. So alarms are going off, lots of physical chaos going on. Did you look around? Eventually were you able to get up and look around the courtroom?
Yeah.
What do you recall seeing then?
Well, behind the bench, there was blood everywhere.
Where did that come from, if you know?
Shane, my marshal.
Did you look at Shane?
I did.
What did you see?
His forehead was literally sliced open and the skin had been just flapping as he was trying to protect me, even though he was hurt, but he was getting blood all over the bench. There was clumps of my hair on the floor. The calendar papers were all covered in blood.
Eventually is what I'll call the scene, is it all secured and Mr. Redden taken away?
Yes.
I'm gonna resume the video here for a moment. Can we turn that down just a little bit?
Uh-oh.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hey, where's Mary Kane? She's right here. She's right here.
Stay down. Get on the ground. Please God, please God, please God. We're asking you to come in. Oh shit! Damn. He's a dog. Fucking ass. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, 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 stop! Hardcore! Stop! Hardcore! Super! Strong! Hardcore! Hardcore! Hey, hey, my man! Calm down. Hey, you come here, I'll take care of him. That's my guy. Come around. Huh? You hold in. That's my guy. Come around. That's my guy right there.
Yo, Kelly, is medical coming? Is medical
Yeah, medical. Yeah, we need medical. Judge, you okay?
This fucking ass out of here.
Yeah? Hold it. Thanks. You got medical?
Judge, did you see yourself finally getting up there?
I did,
I believe previously you said you don't know if you went unconscious or not.
correct.
Do you remember getting up and trying to walk where there's no exit?
Well, I remember because I've seen the video. I mean,
You have no independent recollection of trying to get out of the courtroom by going over the other side of the bench?
no.
She hit her head, bro. She hit her head, she hit her head hard.
What are you looking for?
Shoe.
Once you are cleared from the courtroom, can I presume that there was an investigation that ensued?
Yes.
Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department detectives come down and document the scene.
I don't know who documented the scene. By then we were in the back. AMR came and medical was clearing everybody and taking Shane out and stuff.
Eventually, you give a recorded statement like any witness to a crime or a victim of a crime.
I did.
And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injuries you sustained, if any?
Obviously, I hit my head. I did my family didn't want me driving, so my daughter drove me home, and then they insisted that I go to the hospital and get a scan to make sure I woke up in the morning because it looked pretty scary. The scan was okay, but obviously I had a headache for a few days. The spots where he pulled out my hair, you know how when you get your hair pulled out, it's sore for a while. That was sore for a few days. My arm, my back, everything was stiff, like, you know, you get jostled around. The next day, the worst part for me, the next day was my neck. I don't know what it was. I don't know. All I know is I literally during the day was holding my head up like with two hands because my neck was so sore and so tired. It just hurt. My tailbone, that hurt for weeks. If you ever bruise your tailbone, that just doesn't go away right away. And I was walking older than my age for a while. I didn't get back on the treadmill for 2 or 3 weeks. And when I say back on the treadmill, that means I walk on it. It's nothing. But I couldn't even walk on the treadmill for a couple of weeks. And then it was several months before I could lay on my left arm. I couldn't sleep on it. That was.
What type of injury did you have on your left?
That's what took, I think, the bulk of the initial hit. Again, I don't know what it was that hit me there, but I still have, it's been how long now, and there's a round, it's not horribly disfiguring, but it's a definite, you can still see a round, raised, bruised, fleshy, something not like the rest of it, marking where he made contact with me that day. But it took me months before I could sleep on my left side again.
In the days following the attack, were you photographed, and did you also, you and your family members, take photos of your injuries as they progressed?
We did.
Were there several times in the following days where you lost large clumps of hair?
Yes.
I have to ask for the record, Ma'am, how old are you?
63 now.
And you would have been 62 at the time of the
I
incident?
was.
All right, thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Judge.
Okay, Cross.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arnold.
Your Honor, isn't it true that you didn't have any bruises as a result of this attack?
No.
And
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was your answer?
No.
and isn't it true, Your Honor, that you didn't suffer any bleeding as a result of this attack?
That's true.
And isn't it true that you had no broken bones as a result of this attack?
That's also true.
And in regards to your neck, you didn't have any bruising on your neck. Isn't that true?
True.
Isn't it true that you didn't know how many times, if any, that Mr. Redden hit you with a fist?
True.
In fact, you don't know for sure if Mr. Redden hit you with a fist or if you were kneed or anything like that.
True. After the obvious initial.
Correct. And let's make that clear for the record. So when you say after the obvious initial, I'm not talking about the leap, but when you're actually on the floor, you don't know if you're being struck by Mr. Redden with his feet, his fists, or anything like that.
Correct. Just that I'm being hit.
Just that you were being hit. And were you covered up? Was your face covered up at the time?
I'm going to assume so. I mean,
Prior to him jumping over the bench, you didn't see him with anything in his hand?
No.
And you didn't see during the attack him having anything in his hand?
No.
You know, you're asking it in the negative, the last two questions, Mr. Arnold. And I'm afraid that it'll come across in the transcript as a double negative. Could you re-ask those questions? I just want to make sure you're getting the meaning that you want.
Yes, Your Honor. So isn't it true that you didn't see anything in his hand?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during the attack, when you're on the floor, you didn't see anything in his hand that he was attacking you with?
Also true.
I'm going to shift gears here and talk about the PSI. In regards to the PSI, you reviewed it.
I did.
And did you, was there a section that you recall in regards to his mental illness?
Yes.
And you were aware that he had suffered from, he had a previous mental illness history, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, was it paranoia and schizophrenia?
I remember schizophrenia. I don't remember what else.
Did you have any concerns going into the actual sentencing hearing about his competency?
No.
Did you make any inquiries to Mr. Amalsi, his defense attorney, in regards to his competency prior to proceeding with sentencing?
I did not. If I recall, the mental health history was fairly long ago about his diagnosis of schizophrenia and that he had gotten some treatment and then he was not on medication. He had graduated from mental health court. And according to him, he didn't feel like his mental health was causing him any issues. That was kind of the summary of the mental health issues as I understood them from his PSI.
Right.
And then coupling that, normally it would be, the defense attorney would be the one to bring it to my attention that there's a competency issue if it wasn't obvious.
Right.
And then that coupled with his appearance in court didn't give me any cause for pause.
Did you note, or was it brought to your attention through your review of the PSI, that on your case, prior to it proceeding to district court that he was found to be incompetent?
Don't recall he was found to be incompetent. I recall he was referred to competency court, but I don't recall the findings.
Okay. And do you know, after he was referred to competency court, how long did the case languish prior to you receiving a guilty plea in the case?
I don't know.
And again, you weren't aware or made aware by anyone that he was supposed to be on medication at the time
I
of
was
his
not.
sentencing?
I was not.
Just check my notes real quick. Was he saying anything to you that you recall when he was on top of you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you heard any statements that he said that he was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything that was being said to you by Mr. Redden?
I do not. It was literally chaos.
And again, all the blows that you said that you felt to your head, you
Asked
don't
and
know
answered.
who gave those blows, number one. Is that correct?
I mean,
You're assuming that it was Mr.
Michael
Redden.
Jury and Richard literally were pulling him off me, saving my life.
Okay.
But for them, I'm not here. But no, I guess theoretically, my law clerk could have punched me in the head.
Well, you said that you experienced blows to your head. Is
I
that
did.
correct? And so again, there was a huge scuffle and they're trying to get him off of you.
True.
And so you don't know what part of anyone's body that actually landed on your head that could have caused injury.
Eventually, but initially, he was the only one near there
Right.
that could have, yes.
And do you recall also that when you gave your voluntary statement, that you stated that you were only struck in the head once?
I don't recall. If I said that, I do.
Okay. And
I don't think I've ever said there was the initial and then there was a second.
okay, I'm going to approach Ms. Pierce and approach to refresh her recollection.
Sure.
I did it again. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
The judge keeps, the witness judge keeps
Just right.
thinking he's the judge. Muscle memory.
We have started me?
Yeah, just read in between that.
You want me to read it to you?
No, no,
Let me
just
read this.
read it and refresh your recollection. You know the drill. And I'll ask questions.
Can I keep that?
Yeah, if you want.
There you go. Okay.
And so based upon your review of the voluntary statement, do you recall how you were hit?
Same thing. I don't know if it was head or elbow, head, hand. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
And you don't
I was
know-
hit, but I don't know with what.
Right, and you don't know how many times you were
I
hit?
don't.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
I'll be brief, Judge. You gave a voluntary statement to police that was recorded, right?
Yes,
Subsequent to that, you testified at a prior court proceeding.
yes,
And throughout that, you've been consistent that you don't remember how many times you were hit.
yes.
In fact, as you sit here today, you can't tell the jury if you were knocked out or
No,
not. Mr.
Well,
Arnold's,
I think you might have a double negative as well. Could you re-ask that question?
do you know if you were knocked out?
no, I mean, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
There was a question or a line of questioning about whether you sustained bruising. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Showing you now 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. Are those documentation of your bruising?
Yes.
After the incident? And these will be available to the jury. These are already admitted, Judge, so these will be available to the jury. I'm not going to put them up on the order. When you described this attack initially, I asked you about the level of force that was used. And I want you to do your best to describe the level of force used and why it is you don't remember how many times you were hit.
I was hit so hard between the defendant's body and behind my bench. It's a marble wall. And so, like I said, I was hit so hard that I literally smashed into it. And then I was at best dazed. And I was pulled down behind me, and he continued going after me so forcefully and so violently that literally 3 or 4 healthy, strong young men couldn't get him off of me. It was so strong. They saved my life. I tell them that all the time. You guys saved my life.
As that was happening, do you recall a hand on your neck?
I remember being held. No, not clearly, no.
Fair enough. You're doing your best to recall the events as you remember. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do know I lost hair, a lot of hair from that side.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes, just real quick. And Your Honor, in regards to the bruising, the pictures that you were just shown, those were pictures in regards to bruising on your shoulder, your arms, and your legs and tailbone. Is that correct?
Well, you don't have a picture of my tailbone, but
No, your back area.
my lower hip, my
Right.
shoulder, and my upper arm. Yeah.
Okay, and there was no bruising to the face, and there was no bruising to your neck? You have to say,
As there
No.
was no bruising, and she's saying no.
but we have to get it verbally, and
Right.
I'll start it over again.
There was no bruising to my neck
There was no bruising
that I'm aware of. Yeah.
to your neck, and there was no bruising to your face.
No,
That's correct?
that's correct. Sorry.
Okay,
That's all right.
all
I
right,
just want to make sure the transcript reads
Reads.
the way that you guys want it to read, that's all.
right. All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, you may step down,
Thanks.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next witness?
That was very, very, very interesting. We got to learn a lot more of the minute details, the day-to-day details of the judicial process and how probation works and how it's managed. I thought her testimony was really, it was really good because she didn't try to embellish things, but she made really clear how absolutely terrified she was and that, you know, her life was saved by these people. I do have to say that one thing I do appreciate about this defendant is that he's not sitting there with a punky look on his face. He's not sitting there being defiant or acting like so. And there was the part of the video that they played where you hear somebody that sounds like him screaming something unintelligible very forcefully. It sounded like him. I don't know if it could have been anybody else but him, but he sounded like a madman. He literally sounded like a madman if that was him. So this is really tough. It's really tough. I think he still needs to serve a penalty for this. He's being charged with attempted murder. And he wouldn't plea this down. So, and with his violent criminal history, you just can't tell. You could tell that this guy is just, you can't tell when he's going to fly off the handle at any minute. And you can't have somebody like that out on the streets. He needs to address that before he gets out on the streets. But is prison going to help him? So anyway, we're going to jump back over now to the supermarket massacre trial. Let me just find interesting. It looks like they might have ended things already.
So
Before you have a seat, raise your right hand.
Yeah. So
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat and get close to that microphone, and you can adjust it if need be.
Introduce yourself to the jury and tell the court reporter how to spell your last name, please.
My name is Kevin Daniel Slay. My last name is Slay.
Mr. Slay, tell the jury a little bit about yourself. You don't sound like you're from Boulder.
I'm not from Boulder. I'm from Mississippi.
How long have you been in the Boulder area?
Going on 4 to 5 years now.
Did you grow up in Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
4 or 5 years ago when you came to Boulder, did you come here for any particular reason?
Work. My family moved up here and they started their own company, and then I came up here to kind of help out.
When you say your family, who are you talking about?
Basically close friends of mine that I grew up with and lived with on and off.
What kind of business did they have?
We do a mold remediation business.
Tell us what that is.
So basically, we work with service patients that are people who are allergic to mold. So we go into their homes and we remove all of the mold or contaminated material out of their homes.
Okay. What do you got to do to make that happen?
Lots of different things, like removing drywall, removing flooring. Basically, we go in and we demo anything we need to get the mold out of the house for the client.
And is that something you've been doing the 4 years you've been in Colorado?
Yes, sir.
And were you working in Boulder on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes, sir. We were actually working at a house down the road, right around the corner, and we had stopped by King Supers go to the deli for lunch.
When you say you were working at a house down around the corner, about how far was that house?
Literally about a block away.
And how did you end up going to King Supers for lunch?
That one particular one actually had hot pizzas for lunch, so we were going there to get a pizza.
Was it something like in the deli you could go and get a pizza?
Yes, sir.
You know what? They have called the court clerk to the stand in the other trial. I think that will be more interesting testimony right now. So let's go back to that, because we were just talking about how we're looking forward to hearing that court clerk's testimony. Well, he's on the stand now.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
Michael Lasso, Michael Lasso.
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor. You may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
I'm sorry?
How are you currently employed?
Right now I'm a law clerk, so I'm law clerk for the Honorable Judge Mary Kay Holthus.
And did you just see Miss Holthus leave the courtroom?
I did.
How long have you been her law clerk?
I've been her law clerk basically a year now, maybe a year and 1 month. So August 2023 is when I first took the job, and right now I'm scheduled to be there till August 2025.
You've known her much longer than
Yes.
a little over a year, correct?
I've known her a long time. She's really a family friend. I kind of know her children very well. Almost grew up together. So yeah, I've known her a long time. That's how I got lucky enough to kind of be able to work with her. And since working with her, I see her in a whole new light now. A lot of respect for her.
How long have you known her?
Man, probably since I was 8 years old. So maybe 11 years, just about.
How
years old?
Yeah.
11? I'm just, are you 19 years old?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, my God. I'm like, wait. I'm actually not good at math. That's why I'm a law clerk. So, man, has it really been that long? Because I'm 27.
That's funny.
So, 21 years? Wow. Or no.
19.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
It's a long time.
Okay, so you know
You
her
might
for
be worse
19
than
years.
me.
And that's how you became her law clerk?
Yeah, pretty much. That's how I became a law clerk. I guess I got a good recommendation, so I was able to get the job.
What does a law clerk do?
Law clerk basically kind of just does whatever the judge needs. I mean, I do a lot of briefing for her. I'm almost the middleman in between the judge and anyone else, like attorneys. So anyone that wants to contact the judge, anyone wants to speak with her, anyone that files a motion, anything like that, I'm the middleman in between. So I'm looking at all the motions. I'm speaking to all the attorneys. I'm kind of coordinating everything. I brief all the motions for the judge, kind of give her a heads up. And sometimes it's as simple as, just giving her a cup of coffee.
Do you also accompany her to her calendars?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Every calendar, I sit directly next to the judge, kind of on the left side of her. And we have a split docket, so we have criminal and civil. So I'm just kind of on that left side, almost where this monitor is, and I'll kind of be right here, and the judge will be right there. She has her own monitors, and I have kind of my own computer. And I'm directly next to the judge for every calendar.
And when the calendar is occurring, what are you doing while you're seated next to her?
It depends. I'm usually checking my emails. I'll also keep going along with whatever, matters up. So, maybe if it's a criminal matter, I kind of pull up that entire file. If there's anything the judge quickly needs printed, or maybe it's a police report or anything like that, I kind of right there. I have a printer there. I can print anything she needs. Or sometimes I need to run in the back, get her something that she needs, maybe make a copy, basically anything at all, just to make sure the calendar runs smooth.
Okay. And what days does she hear her criminal calendar?
She hears her criminal calendar on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then Tuesdays her civil.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the courtroom that she presides in is set up very differently from the courtroom we're currently in?
Oh, absolutely. Much different. This is a much bigger courtroom, but the defense and plaintiff desks are much further away. I would say these are a lot closer than the ones that are in her courtroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photographs of your courtroom.
Sure.
So that you can help explain the layout for us. I'm showing you on the overhead what's been admitted as states 2. Could I get it flipped over, please?
You can pull up the lamps.
Turn them off. There we go.
There it goes.
Okay, Mr. Lasso, this is State's Exhibit 2, for the record. These tables right here that we see, who typically stands right there?
So usually the defense.
During a calendar.
Yeah, usually the defense stays there, and then on the other side, that opposite desk is where the DA or the state, whoever's representing the state that day, maybe it's an AG, will be sitting over there.
And then,
We do have a mouse there.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, where did the defense sit?
So defense would be right here, typically like right here. Maybe the attorney would be next to him. And then on the other side here, kind of where that mouse is, that other desk is where the state would be.
okay. And then is there also an area where the court staff, such as the court clerk and a court reporter sit?
Yeah, it would be, I don't know what's going on here. That would be like right here. So this is where our court clerks are. This is where a court recorder would be, kind of like right here. That's our monitor. That's where the judge is. And then on that right side, that monitor is my monitor right there. And then to the right of that is actually where that little monitor is the witness stand. So usually during criminal calendar, we have a correctional officer that would sit there.
And was there a correctional officer sitting there on January 3rd of 2024?
Yes, there was.
What is the difference between a court clerk and a law clerk?
There's a big difference. You know, the law clerk is usually has a legal degree. So, we're briefing actually the law that's involved in the motion. So, we're looking up the case law, making sure it's, still good, reliable, kind of briefing those, telling judge, giving her recommendations as to what she should do, what she shouldn't do. Whereas the court clerk is also a middleman in between the judge, but at the same time, they just kind of handle just different areas. They're not really involved in any legal advising or aspect of it. I would say more just kind of coordination, handling minutes, like court minutes, things like that. So just kind of a little different.
Okay. And then the court recorder, you said you guys have a recorder in that department,
Yeah,
correct?
and that one right there. So this one, that monitor, you can kind of see it's light. That would be for the court clerk, and then to the left side would be the court recorder.
Okay. And with regards to that courtroom, is there actually an entrance behind that tile wall that we can see?
Yes, yeah. So that's where the judge and me, that's where we usually enter, along with the entire court staff, really. We all kind of enter in through that door. Her chambers would be right behind there. So we kind of come in through this right side way. Then I take my seat right there. Judge will sit right there. And then the rest of the court staff will take their place.
And then moving on to states 3. Oops, let me take this one off. What are we looking at here?
So this is kind of just a seating area. Usually people who are supporting the defense or the defendant would be sitting in this back area, but it really could be anyone. So that desk right here is the defense desk, kind of just the opposite angle. Or I'm sorry, the state's desk. I'm sorry. So this would be usually anyone that on behalf of the state sits right here. And this would be, like I said, where the DA or the state would be. And then that opposite side is where the defense is. So this would be where any defendant would be their attorney. Usually it's a PD. And then, like I said, this is usually where family members will sit, supporters, friends, anything like that.
And do you see another exit in this photograph?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, it would be right here in this photograph. This is an exit also to that chamber hallway where there's a lot of different chambers and offices, things like that.
So staff and sometimes attorneys might use that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a copier machine. So sometimes when I have to run and go make copies, I'll kind of run through that backside. And occasionally I'll come through that door, but usually not. But right behind there's like a big copy machine and jury rooms for deliberation.
But generally speaking, the public would not use that?
No.
And then showing you.
I think you've got another double negative there. Does the public use those doors?
Not that specific one, no. And the one behind the judge, no, never.
Okay.
Showing you states 4 on the overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Is this, does this appear to be a photograph taken from the area where the juror box was in the previous photograph?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is that angle, kind of where that door would be. And, so this is where like the jury would sit. This is where like occasionally witnesses will come up and maybe a victim statement would be given or attorneys will go up there and make an argument. This is where the state would be. And that was kind of where that previous photo was taken, would be back here for friends and family. And then this door is kind of where a holding cell is. And then also where defendants during our criminal calendars, that's where they will walk those defendants through that door. And then to the right side is where our recorder would sit. And then this is the court clerk here.
Okay. And when you say defendants, do you mean in custody defendants?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then showing you states 5. What is this?
So this is kind of the angle from the recorder and our court clerk. So this was kind of that long desk here, and this is facing the jury box. So kind of where that last picture was taken would be right here, and then this is that door that leads to the copier. So then you can kind of go through there, but typically there wouldn't be public that'd be going through there. Occasionally attorneys do, but yeah, this is just kind of that opposite angle. And then to the right side here would be like the defense table where usually PDs sit or defendants that are out of custody.
Showing you state 6. What are we looking at here?
This is the view from the court clerk's angle here. So this is where the judge would sit. This is my monitor right here. Literally right where that picture is being taken, it would be exactly like the angle from the court clerk. And then this right here would be the witness stand. It's kind of like right here. Then we have a TV there, and that's that same door, obviously the jury box. And then when we have criminal calendars, instead of a jury there would be the in custody defendants would all be kind of taking up that area.
Okay. If you could look right here for me, where my finger is.
Yeah.
Is that essentially like a wall between where the judge sits and the court clerk?
Yes, it's a full wall. There's no kind of opening that you can go through there. Kind of the only access point to that chair that you're saying where the judge would sit is through that right side. So you have to go through that right side. There's kind of like maybe 2 steps that you go around and yeah, right there. There's kind of 2 steps you would go around. And that's the only way to get over there. Unless you were to hop over this little wall there, you can't really get to that side of there's no access to it essentially.
Okay, so this would be the door that you'd walk through to get to the
Yeah, it kind
area
of
where you
swings
would
around. Yeah.
Okay. Showing you state 7.
And then from right here, this is the view from the judge, kind of where the judge sits. That's a microphone right here. And there's a little sign too that will say like always recording. That's right there. And this is her view. That right there, that monitor would again be where an out of custody defendant would be, along with PD or whoever their attorney would be. This side would be usually typically filled up on criminal days with defendants, the in custody ones, and then on the right side would be where the DA or the state representative would be.
And kind of like the equipment where I'm standing, there's an Elmo mirror.
Absolutely, yeah, just like that. And attorneys will walk up, they'll give arguments, and that main door right there is the access point for the public or attorneys that are going into the courtroom that day. Anyone that's essentially not a courtroom staff member is typically walking through that main door there.
And you're talking about the 2 double doors?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, we're starting to talk over each other, so why don't we make sure she gets her question out and then counsel make sure he gets his answer out, okay?
Showing you states 8. What are we looking at?
This is kind of my view, even though that's not necessarily my chair, that's the judge's chair. I'm just kind of turned to the side, but this is my angle. This is my monitor right here. And this is kind of the view if you were to stand up in that little room section that's blocked off. This right here is that wall area that we were talking about earlier that's completely closed off. And that's the court clerks right here in the recorder. And this is, like I said, my monitor. So this is kind of would be my view.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom in on something really quickly here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the red and green buttons right there?
Yeah, I do.
What are those?
I'm not exactly sure what they are. I think they're panic buttons or silent alarm. I'm not exactly sure. Or they may be, I know there are certain buttons that lock the courtroom doors. It could be those, but I'm not exactly sure on what those are. I really had to use them.
Okay. Showing you states 9. What is this?
So this is kind of the angle that you would see if you were, like, let's say a defendant walking through that door, the in custodies, almost where that holding cell is. So once you walk out, if you were to just look left, this is the angle you would see. This is that door that I was talking about earlier that leads to like chambers and offices and things like that. And then if you see on the right side, if you were to loop around, that is how we would walk up to where we would be sitting, me and the judge. But this is just kind of that angle there. This chair to the bottom side, this is like typically an extern may sit there, but it's usually either an officer or no one sitting there.
Thank you. Showing you states 10. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Yeah, this would be the witness stand. This is there's a monitor similar to how it is here, where anything that's being shown on the Elmo could be seen by the witness. That would be the judge's chair right here. That's the judge's monitor. That would be my monitor. There's typically 2 chairs up here, so I would have a much smaller chair right there. And this is that door that we would enter through. This is kind of that one access point, the wraparound. And this is kind of like just a granite wall that we have that sits behind the judge.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I may have missed it. You may have already answered this
Yeah.
question. Right here, is there any way to access the area where the judge sits other than to climb over that wall?
No. These doors, those aren't doors. It's like a wall almost.
And just like in here, the witness stand is lower than where the judge sits?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
In the back hallway,
Mhm.
that you've referred to that staff and in particular you and judge would use to get to the courtroom. Are there exits to the ground floor? Like, are there stairs back there?
Like in that backside to go down?
Like in the hall, in the rear hallway?
Yes, yeah, there are. If you were to walk out of that kind of that door I was talking about near the copier, if you were to just turn around, there is a big door right there where there's a stairwell, and you could go down. I'll often use that stairwell to go down to we have like a little supply office to get some extra Sharpies or whatever I need or whatever the judge needs.
What about elevators? Are there elevators in the rear?
Yes, there's elevators. Instead of making a right, if you were to just make a left, there's elevators right there as soon as you were to walk out. And then there's also, if further down the hall, another pair of elevators as well.
Thank you. Showing you states 11. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the angle from the witness stand. That's that monitor that I was saying that's similar to this one here. That's the microphone, those doors for the public to go through. And this is just kind of that angle if you were to be sitting at the witness stand.
And you indicated that on January 3rd, there was a correctional officer sitting right there?
Yes.
Showing you states 12. Does this appear to be a photograph of Judge Holthus's bench?
Yes, absolutely. That's just right. She'd be sitting right on top of there, and then I'd be on that right side.
And there's a bit of a glare in this photograph, but is there a nameplate there too?
Yes, and it says Honorable Judge Mary Kay Holthus.
Showing you states 13. Is this a close-up of that
That is it right there.
nameplate?
Mm-hmm.
And it says Judge Mary Kay Holthus?
Yes.
Showing you states 14. Does this appear to be the desk or counter area in the judge's bench area and where you sit?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'd be on that right side where this monitor is. This is that kind of wall that cuts off between where the judge would sit and then the court clerk on that left side. Again, this is the judge's monitor, and then this is kind of that front view and that nameplate that we were just discussing.
Showing you states 15. What is this?
So this is once you were to walk out that door between kind of like the chambers and those offices, kind of where the whole court clerks and the entire court staff essentially walks through. If you weren't going down that long hallway that we discussed earlier, where the court clerk and recorder sits, this would be making a left. So this is how me and the judge, this is the only access area to that little kind of sitting area where the judge would be, and then myself. So every time that we go into court, whether it's for a trial or a calendar, we go through this area. That door that's closed right now is usually open, and we just kind of walk through. There's kind of like 2 steps, and you just walk up, we make a right, and then I'd be sitting right on this right side here, and then the judge would be kind of right here.
Okay. And going back to 19, this is the door that you're referring to, correct?
Exactly, yes.
That you and judge enter into?
Yes.
Are there cameras in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the JAVS system?
Yes.
Is that one of the recording systems in the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not the system will kind of alternate between various cameras in the courtroom?
Absolutely. Yeah. Depending on whatever the mic picks up, it'll usually, could change from the witness stand to the judge and also whoever's speaking, whether it's an attorney or a defendant or, kind of whoever's on that other side where the desks are.
So it's activated by noise?
Absolutely.
And JAVS, what does that stand for?
That I don't know. I don't know what JAVS stands for exactly. But I know, just kind of the recording system that can catch whatever's going on. And if like we need to look back or like if the court clerks are making their minutes, they'll typically go back and watch the JAVS to hear exactly what attorneys were saying or the judge. So that way they can get an accurate depiction of what had happened and occurred during court.
And
that's, by the way, JAVS is Jefferson Audio Visual System. Just an FYI.
Thank you. Learn something new every day. Is there also a fixed camera in the courtroom? Do you know?
Yeah, I believe there is. Yes.
And do you know approximately where in the courtroom it's mounted?
I believe it's, I don't exactly know for sure. So I don't, I'm pretty sure it's kind of right behind us looking at the entire courtroom. But I don't know for certain, but I know there is one that kind of looks down, but I think that will partly be activated by the JAVS as well.
Is JAVS always running during the course of the criminal calendar?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Now, to go to January 3rd of 2024.
Mhm.
On that date, you were not originally supposed to be working, correct?
Correct.
Were you supposed to have the day off?
I mean, I don't know if I was supposed to have the day off, but that morning I woke up and I was actually studying for the bar at that time. The bar was taking place in February, so this was January 3rd. It was kind of our first. It was right after New Year's, so it was our first criminal calendar of the year, and actually our only criminal calendar that week. So and it was on a Wednesday. So my boss had texted me, one of the core staffs, and said, "Hey, why don't you take the day off? You know, it's not that long of a calendar. You know, why don't you study? It's coming up here pretty soon. It's a pretty stressful exam, so you know you can go ahead and just take the day to study." And for whatever reason, I just really wanted to be there. I wanted to, you know, it was our only criminal calendar that week, and it was just something that I don't know. I felt like I just should be at. So I told her thank you, but instead I decided to go and to work that day.
And on that date, did you sit next to the judge like you would during any other calendar?
Absolutely.
Were you multitasking like you indicated you typically do?
Yeah. You know, I prepped the files that day, kind of started off as any other, and during calendar, I remember just going through emails, you know, checking to see if there's any updates. Sometimes attorneys will email you right during calendar, so just kind of checking and making sure everything was running smoothly.
During a typical criminal calendar, I know you indicated that there was at least one correctional officer seated in the witness stand in the courtroom.
Yes.
Are there typically more than one correctional officer?
There usually is. Sometimes there's only one. We always have our marshal there as well. But especially if it's like a lot of defendants that are in custody coming in, there will be maybe 2 correctional officers, occasionally 3, but usually, like I said, you'll have the one. You'll always have the marshal there as well.
Are there times when the correctional officers who are present in the courtroom might remove some of the in custody defendants and take them back to the Clark County Detention Center?
Absolutely, yeah. Especially if there's a lot of defendants in a particular day, or maybe if there's like some sort of intermission or break, whatever ones we've kind of gotten through the in custodies, they'll go ahead and kind of uncuff whoever together or whoever hasn't gone, and then they'll go and walk those individuals through that door that we were talking about, and then on to CCDC.
But there will always be at least one correctional officer in the courtroom if there are in custody defendants,
Yes.
correct?
Oh, yeah.
And you indicated that there's also a court marshal that's in the courtroom during criminal calendars?
Always, yeah.
And is that Marshal Shane Brandon in your courtroom?
Yes, it is.
And typically, how is he dressed?
In full uniform. He's got, you know, a vest on, and he looks almost like a police officer. It's like a brown tan shirt that he has, and like I said, a vest. He's got a full belt. He's got a gun on him. He's got a badge, everything like that.
With regards to the correctional officers that are in the courtroom, are they typically dressed in uniform?
Oh, yes. Yeah, almost identical to the marshal.
And readily identifiable as law enforcement officers?
Yes, absolutely.
Are they typically armed
Yes.
with a firearm?
Yes.
On January 3rd of 2024, do you recall a defendant being on your calendar that day by the name of Deober Redden?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing today?
Sure. That's him right there wearing, looks like, I can't really see the color of the tie, almost like a purple tie, blue shirt, standing up right there.
May the record reflect that he's identified the defendant, Your Honor.
Let the record so reflect.
Now, with regards to Mr. Redden on January 3rd of 2024, were you aware of whether or not he'd ever been in your department prior to that date?
Yes,
Was he or was he not?
he was. Yeah.
And do you recall what he had been in your department for previously?
Exactly. I'm not sure. I believe, I don't want the record to be wrong here. I believe it was a domestic violent offense, if I remember correctly.
Do you know what kind of hearing it was? Sorry.
The kind of hearing that he was there originally for, or that
Previously.
day?
Previously.
It was a sentencing hearing. Where we would, I believe, given him probation.
Okay. And there was nothing particularly remarkable about that hearing, correct?
Nothing remarkable at all.
Were you aware on January 3rd of 2024 when his case was called? Were you paying attention?
Yes, I was absolutely paying attention. I remember him kind of getting walked through by our marshal. When there's an out of custody defendant, whether it's a sentencing or really any hearing whatsoever, we always have a marshal directly behind him. It's typically Shane, who's directly behind that particular defendant, whatever it is. And I remember him coming to the courtroom, and I remember him kind of talking for a long time. The judge had given him an opportunity to address the court. I remember at that point, there was really nothing unusual. He seemed really polite and courteous, and there was no kind of nothing unique about the situation. So I kind of had lost interest a little bit. I was, doing my emails. It wasn't really, I said, anything unique about the situation. And I kind of, like I said, I kind of just started answering emails.
Prior to Mr. Redden addressing the court on his own behalf, do you recall whether or not anyone from the state made an argument on behalf of the state?
I think I can't.
Were you paying attention at that point?
Yeah, I don't necessarily recall. I mean, I think the state may have, but I don't necessarily recall exactly what, kind of right before then. Like I said, I was kind of answering emails and stuff, and I didn't think anything of it.
Do you recall who the calendar deputy was that day?
The calendar deputy?
Who was handling the calendar on behalf of the state? On January 3rd.
State, it was there was Jory, I know, was there. I know Richard Scow was there. I think it was Scow at the time, because Jory would kind of pop in from time to time. So I think it was Scow.
Okay. And with regards to a calendar deputy, is that the individual that would handle the bulk of the matters on the criminal calendar that day?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
And occasionally specialty team deputies might pop in and out to handle individual matters?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So on that date, Richard Scow was the assigned calendar deputy.
Yes.
And Jory Scarborough was a specialty team deputy that appeared on January 3rd. At some point after Mr. Redden addressed the court, do you recall something unusual happening?
Oh, yeah. So, like I said, I was kind of lost. I didn't lose interest, but I was kind of listening, but I wasn't, paying too much attention. I was just kind of answering emails. And then I could hear, I remember the judge speaking. I remember the judge kind of going and kind of saying what she was going to say. And then I could remember hearing some handcuffs. And then what really caught my attention was I heard, excuse my language, but I heard, fuck that bitch. And when I heard that, I immediately looked up. And when I'd seen Mr. Redden, and I'd seen him kind of hop over the defense desk that we were speaking about earlier. And he'd kind of put one hand down, and it just kind of pretty easily just hopped right over. And at that moment, obviously my full attention was looking at this particular individual. And at that moment in time, I actually thought he was going to go for the door, because occasionally when we go to remand defendants into custody, they'll go and make a run for it. And there was that particular door that we were speaking about earlier. So I actually was under the impression he was going for the door. Never would I even imagine that he was going to go for the judge. But then I remember looking at him. I was actually saying like, whoa, 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 because I was trying to process what was even happening. And it all happened so fast. I mean, like I was saying before, the defense desk is actually a lot further than these desks are here. And he was able to scale that distance in such a short amount of time. I mean, the video doesn't even do it justice as to just how fast that all took place. And then I remember him doing this just incredible leap over the judge's bench bar there. And at that moment in time, I kind of just reacted. I wasn't even thinking, to be honest. It was just all reaction and a reflex. I went right in to try my best to kind of to protect the judge. So, no hesitation. I tried my best to go in. And at that point, unfortunately, he was so fast and kind of just athletic. He was able to get to her. And I remember him kind of sprawling his arms out like this and just clamping those arms down. And one kind of right on her hair here. And then the other one kind of like right in between the neck and shoulder blade, kind of like right here. So kind of just clamping down. And then I remember him just smashing the back of her skull on that tile wall that we were discussing earlier, just smashing the back of it. And at that moment, I was actually thinking to myself, like, oh my God, like he's going to kill Judge Holthus. And, I remember after he'd smacked her skull, he had actually dragged her down. So he goes and does that. And then he actually drags her down, almost twists her a little bit, and was like face to face with the judge. And at this point, I am almost like on his back trying to get him up. And, he's like this. And Judge Holthus is actually Judge Holtis was like frozen at the time. I mean, she was literally frozen solid, almost like a piece of petrified wood. She was just not even moving. I think she was in a state of shock at the time. And you know, he was yelling things at her. He was saying things to her, and I couldn't make out anything that he was saying because I was actually in turn screaming at him and saying, "Get off the judge! Get off the judge! What are you doing?" I was like, "What's wrong with you? Get off the judge!" And I remember vividly just how strong Mr. Redden was. I mean, this guy, he is unbelievably strong and much bigger than me. So I'm trying to wrestle him and get him off, and he is glued to her like a magnet, like an actual magnet. Like I couldn't pry him off of her. And it actually took, I'm sorry.
Where was he grabbing her at that time?
Same thing. It kind of just the hair and right here. So, and would not let go. Like was just stuck on her.
And you indicated that he was right in her face, approximately how far?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't get any closer. I mean, like almost like touching noses, like this. And
I'm sorry, could you?
Oh yeah, almost like this. I mean, literally like this, like yelling at her, saying things at her. This is when he had kind of twisted her, and I'm on his back, and they're almost this close, like face to face.
Approximately like 3 to 6 inches apart, maybe.
Yeah, I'd say so, maybe even closer. And they are close, and she's completely unresponsive, just petrified, just completely, like I said, just a state of shock.
Had you ever seen Judge Holtis in that state before?
Oh, never in my life. I've never seen her, let alone really anyone. I mean, she was frozen solid, and just, I mean, it was like I said, I mean, it was unbelievable to see, especially coming from her. And I've known her a long time, and I've never seen anything like that.
Generally speaking, would you say that she is a timid person or a strong person?
Absolutely a strong person, very strong person. You know, she's strong personality, really tough. You know, not much can really rattle her, but I've never seen her like that ever.
And you indicated that he was screaming things at her. You don't have any recollection of specific statements he was making?
I have none. Honestly, some of it, you know, you can't even hear much because so much adrenaline kicks in. It's like everything kind of goes silent. I remember just him saying things to her, and I remember saying things to him, but I can't really make out anything that was said.
What was the tone of voice that he was using?
I remember him saying things, you know, almost like, you know, I mean, it was a pretty stern voice, but I can't really make out much. I mean, even the tone too much, to be honest. He was, cause I was just so like I said, it was like everything went blank, and I'm yelling at him. I'm like, get off the judge, you know? I'm so just focused on trying to just get him up. And it was just so unusual. And I just wasn't even really paying attention to anything that he was saying.
As you were trying to pull him up, what was he doing with his body?
Oh, he was just stuck to her. There was no getting him up. He was fighting tooth and nail. I mean, I'm trying my best to get him up, and he is just latched onto her. There is no getting this guy off of her. It was unbelievable. I mean, I actually remember saying to myself, I could not believe how strong Mr. Redden is. It was unbelievable. I mean, I could not. I'm just trying my best. I mean, I'm struggling to try to just get the guy up just a little bit. I mean, off judge, and he is just glued to her.
Where were your arms placed on Mr. Redden as you were trying to lift him off?
Yeah. So honestly, I was almost like kind of around him. I kind of grabbed his shoulders like this, kind of like, imagine this was his head, not in like a chokehold or anything, but kind of like right underneath, and kind of grabbing with this other arm and just trying to just lift him up. Anything I could do to just try to, you know, get him off the judge.
So your arms were wrapped around his chest area?
Almost, yeah, kind of like right here, almost like right below the neck area.
And he continued to go towards her and was refusing to let go?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Just kind of, like I said, just still with that kind of just death grip almost.
And you indicated previously that you, at the time that you were seeing this occur initially, you had the thought, oh my God, he's going to kill her?
Yes, especially when I saw her hit the back of her skull on that tile. I absolutely thought he's going to kill her.
When you observed his hand, I believe you indicated that it was between the shoulder and the neck area.
Mm-hmm.
Was she already on the ground at that point, or was that as he was kind of flying into her forcefully?
You know, right when he kind of did this, where his hands landed is almost where they stayed the entire time. So they kind of just, like I said, kind of just latched on, and there was no letting go. So he kind of did twist her a little bit, and when they were on the floor, but they didn't really move much, the hands, and that, I mean, that's basically it.
Can you tell me when they were on the ground, how they were positioned?
It kind of had changed. So like I said, they were face to face. But then when I was trying to get him up, he kind of had gotten up a little bit. She was still kind of frozen. But he had his hands right on her hair and, still in that like neck area. He's got long arms. So he's kind of holding her like this. I'm trying to get him up, and he's, just relentless trying to just get back at her. And they kind of just changed positions a little bit, depending on kind of just wrestling with me also as well. They kind of started out like this, but that only had lasted just momentarily. He was still saying things to her, but she had kind of, like I said, was just kind of frozen a little bit, and there's just a little bit of like wrestling going on almost, but those hands stayed kind of where they were.
Was he directly on top of her? Was he next to her?
At first he was on top of her. And then as I was kind of pulling him off, and then especially when the CO came, he'd kind of gotten up a little bit and kind of maneuvered his body, but the kind of hands, stayed in place.
When you say that he'd kind of gotten up a bit, was he on his knees? Was he still on the ground?
Yeah, well,
flat? What was he doing?
When he had first jumped over, it was such a incredible jump that he had like almost landed on his knees, but like he actually wasn't like fully flat on the ground. It wasn't like he had just laid on top of her. He almost had like a pretty good formation, I guess, of where he was. So like he almost had like a leg out and kind of was able to really be on top of her and kind of prevent anyone from just kind of, it wasn't like he was just dead weight and couldn't lift him up. I mean, he had like a good position on her. And that's why I think also, I mean, it was so hard to lift Mr. Redden off of her. He was just kind of in a good spot and was not letting go, almost just determined at like he was on a mission or something.
While she was on the ground and he was kind of on top of her, or at least had his hands around her neck, shoulder area and had her by the hair, did you see him do anything else to her?
No, I didn't see him really do anything else to her other than, screaming at her and kind of just having his hands like that. That was basically it. I didn't see really any like punches or anything like that.
You indicated that he was extremely strong.
Yes.
Like incredible strength.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What about his physical build?
Oh, he's a big guy, a lot bigger than me, and athletic, very strong, tall, and I've been in that courtroom many times. I don't know anyone that could make that kind of a jump. It was honestly impressive.
Do you have any idea approximately how tall he is?
I believe he's like 6'2", maybe 6'1".
Okay, I have to replay that. I have to replay that gesture that the defendant just made, because the witness is saying, I've been on the court many times and I've never seen anyone jump that much. And his gesture is like, oh, son, you don't know anything. It's really funny, kind of like, well, you aren't playing with very good players or something like that. Check this out.
A lot bigger than me, and athletic, very strong, tall, and I've been in that courtroom many times. I don't know anyone that can make that kind of a jump. It was honestly impressive.
Oh, he didn't say he's been on the basketball court or anything. He's saying I've been in the courtroom many times. I've never seen anyone do that kind of jump, but look at his gesture.
Do you have any idea approximately how tall he is?
Oh, geez.
I believe he's like 6'2", maybe 6'1".
You indicated that at some point you became aware that the correctional officer had jumped in to assist you.
Yes. Yeah. So it was about 7 seconds of me wrestling with him before the correction officer could make his way past that barrier we were talking about, because he was sitting in the witness stand similar to how I am now. And then he had taken about 7 seconds before he could actually cross that barrier, because once you are able to get through that, it's essentially just you and whoever's back there. So at that point, it was me and the judge, and you're blocked off from everyone else in that courtroom. So it took about 7 seconds of me kind of wrestling with Mr. Redden to try to get him up before the correctional officer came in. And actually, until the correctional officer had come, I was unable to actually get him off of her. And thankfully, when the correctional officer came, it took both of us were able to finally unlatch him from Judge Holthus.
And when you unlatched him initially, did he stay unlatched?
When we had gotten him up, yeah, I mean, I would say when he was actually up, yes. I remember him because I kind of had him, my arms were almost on his chest area, right below his neck, kind of like right here. And I remember him holding on to my arms. And I remember thinking to myself, I hope he's not going to turn around and attack me. So I remember just trying to get him up. I remember holding on, fighting, just really trying to get back at the judge. And I remember the correctional officer being right there. And I was actually under the impression, once the correctional officer was there, that there were more officers behind him. I remember seeing a blue suit. I wasn't sure at the time who that individual was, but I just thought, there were actually more people that were right there that were coming to our aid. So when we'd finally gotten him up, I actually had kind of let go. I kind of stopped engaging in the situation because it's not really my place to put my life on the line and try to, protect the judge. And at the same time, I also didn't want to get in the way because I'd seen the officers. I'm not really trained and I didn't want to kind of be somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. So I actually completely almost let up entirely. And at that time.
Okay. And when you let up initially, what did you do? Where did you turn your attention?
Where did Mr. Redden turn his attention?
Where did you turn your attention at that point?
I was watching the situation. I was watching where Judge was also. She was kind of my first priority. But I had kind of just completely let up and just watched the correctional officer there kind of, was hoping he would be able to contain the individual.
The correctional officer that assisted you, was he armed with a firearm that day?
Yes, he was.
You saw the firearm on his side?
Oh, yeah.
And did you observe that firearm on his side during this interaction?
Yes.
At some point, do things go south again?
Yes, they do. So I'd kind of let up, like I said earlier. And the correctional officer, who is much smaller than Mr. Redden, the correctional officer, and I remember too, I had a blue suit at the time that was right here. So I was under the impression that was another officer. And I'd let up. And then I remember Mr. Redden just going at the correctional officer and just winding back his arm and just landing blows, like really big blows, just boom, boom. And then I realized it was actually Jory in the blue suit right there, and it wasn't another officer. It was one of the DAs who had ran around. So when I had seen that, I'm like, oh my God, this is far from over. So that's when I had no choice, but had to jump back in and try my best to help subdue Mr. Redden.
You indicated you made kind of a fist when you were punching. Was he striking the correctional officer with a closed fist?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was complete. I mean, like I said, real big windups, just huge blows. And I actually remember saying to myself, like, oh my God, I hope he doesn't, grab the gun and maybe start shooting at someone in the courtroom. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I know the correctional officer's got a loaded gun right there, and now the correctional officer's in distress, and it's just me and a DA here. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, to be honest.
And what actions did you take to assist at that point?
At that time, I began punching Mr. Redden and try my best to help. And I remember eventually Shane had gotten up, which was our marshal at the time. He had gotten up and ran around. And at that point in time, another DA, Mr. Scow, he had actually gone around, and there was about 5 of us trying to contain him.
Okay, so when you say that Shane had gotten up and come around, do you mean he'd gone around that kind of triangular shaped wall?
No, he had gone around the other side where like the witness stand would be, kind of like right here.
Okay. And you said the other DA, Richard Scow, was also back there now assisting?
Yes.
So it was you, Jory Scarborough, Richard Scow, Shane Marshall, and the corrections officer?
That's correct.
And ultimately, with the assistance of these 4 other people, are you all able to get him detained or restrained?
Yeah. When it took 5 of us, but once we were able to kind of get him, the correctional officer managed to get up, and with the help of everyone, we were able to, like I said, finally, contain Mr. Redden. And the minute that the correctional officer had gotten up, and I realized that, kind of the situation was handled, then I immediately went to check on Judge.
And when you went to go check on Judge, what did you observe about her?
Oh, she was frightened. She was in a fetal position right underneath the bench. There's like where my feet are now, there's a similar kind of opening where she sits, and she was literally in a fetal position, shaking, just still frozen, scared for her life, just, almost like this, like just in a full state of just shock.
Is it fair to say that even once Mr. Redden had kind of been finally constrained or detained, he was still lying in the area where you and the judge would?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he was laying there for quite some time.
And was that while he was being handcuffed so that he could be
Yes.
relocated?
Yes, and I remember a flood of security coming in and marshals and other people coming to help.
When you checked on Judge Holthus, did you try to get her to go back into chambers with you?
Yes, yeah. Well, I stayed by her side the entire time. I didn't leave her side after that, and I remember her not wanting to go through our normal walkway whatsoever. She was so scared that she actually hopped over where that clerk sits. She actually hopped over that other side because she was so just scared and just, like I said, just it's kind of the state of just shock and emotion that she couldn't bring herself to just walk through that other area.
Once Mr. Redden was relocated, was she then able to exit out her normal path?
Well, no, she went over, like I said, she went right over where that clerk is, that big wall. She wouldn't go, she wouldn't walk through that normal path.
You also indicated that you became aware of an injury to Marshal Shane Brandon
Yes.
after things kind of settled down a little bit.
Yeah, I do remember when all the people were kind of trying to detain him, like all five of us. I remember looking up at Shane, who was sitting, or standing almost right here, and I remember seeing his head busted wide open like an onion peel, and his forehead was literally dangling off of his forehead, and I remember him saying, "How's the judge? How's the judge? How's everyone?" And him, kind of just worrying about everyone else, and meanwhile he's got an injury to himself. I'm worried about us. How are you?
Mr. Redden was not bleeding though, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I want to show you some photographs on the overhead showing you states 17. Do you recognize this as a photograph of the bench area after the incident?
Yes.
And the disturbance, the papers all over the place, the apparent blood on some of the paperwork.
Oh, yeah.
Is that all the result of Mr. Redden trying to attack Judge Holthus that day?
Absolutely.
Or actually attacking her?
Absolutely.
And the blood that's on the paperwork, is that Marshal Brandon's blood?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Counsel, how many more questions? I'd like
Just-
to give the jurors. a break.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Showing you states 18. The area where Judge Holthus was curled up in the fetal position, is that depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, it would be right there, kind of right underneath
Right
that
here?
monitor. Yes, exactly.
Showing you states 19. Is this the area where you would typically be seated during a counter?
Yep.
And obviously this is after the incident on January 3rd of 2024.
Correct. And the reason why there's so much blood is because that's where our marshal was over, trying to help and assist, like I said, kind of right here. So that's where the witness stand would be. And that's why there's so much blood in that area.
Showing you states 20. Is this the stair leading up to the judge's bench area
Yes, it is.
and the floor
Yep.
just outside? And this disturbance or the papers and the trash can being knocked over, that's all part of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Course indulgence. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. During this period of time, you are admonished not to talk or converse among yourself or with anyone else on the subject related to the trial. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial.
All right, they're on a break. And they're going to start cross-examination of this witness after they're on that break. So we can go back to the King Shooters trial and listen to that testimony. There's only 2 witnesses till they come back.
Did they just have pizzas ready or did you have to order it or?
The ones that we ordered, we had to actually sit there and wait for, which was why we were still standing there.
About what time do you think you went to grab lunch that day?
It's hard to remember being that long, but it would have been somewhere around 11 or 12.
Okay. Could it have been later if I told you that the date or the time that the 911 call started to come in was after 2:30? Could it have been later in the
It could
day?
have been, well, I know we were probably closer to 1, and then we were sitting there waiting for a while for a pizza, so.
So you go in, you go to the deli. Who were you with?
My partner, he was, do I need to say his name?
Please.
He's another Daniel. I can't remember his last name, but he was a new guy that started with our company that day.
Oh, tell us about his first day.
It was eventful. We had gone to the job site. We were setting up containment and everything. Then we got hungry. We went to lunch and we were there getting everything ready for our lunch, drinks. We were getting the pizza. We're waiting on pizza, standing over there when everything kind of started going down.
When you guys got there and realized that the pizzas weren't going to be ready, did you both do a little bit of grocery shopping?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
So it was around Easter time, so they usually have the candy that I like out there. So I went and grabbed my favorite jelly beans. And we were just kind of looking around, grabbing stuff that we wanted while we were waiting on our pizza.
How long do you think you had to wait for the pizza?
It was a good 30 minutes at least.
Okay. And this whole time you're kind of did some grocery shopping and then you come back to the deli to continue to wait for your pizza?
Yes, sir.
While you're in the deli waiting for your pizza, what happened?
So I'm sitting there waiting. He was sitting there on the phone. We were chit-chatting kind of on and off. And I kind of started hearing like sounds like something like backfiring at first, like car backfiring. So I took out the AirPod that was in my ear, kind of looked around, and then I saw a guy that looked like he was dressed tactically walking in between cars.
All right, back up. You said you had to take out a AirPod or something that was in your ear?
Yes, sir.
Was it hooked to your phone or were you listening to music or?
It's hooked to my phone, but I wear them because I have sensitive hearing. So I kind of keep my headphones in like all times. It wasn't playing anything. I just kind of heard it. So because they did have noise canceling, I kind of took them out just so I could kind of hear what was going on.
So that first sound you heard, what did it sound like?
Honestly, to me, because I'm from the South and we shoot guns a lot, like immediately it sounded like a gunshot to me. But with me being in Boulder and in a like a grocery store, I was like, can't be that. So I took it out, kind of looked around. And then that's when I saw through the deli glass what was going on.
Okay. When you say through the deli glass, where are you looking in the store to look?
So on that particular King Supers, like where we were at, it's kind of hard to explain, but there's the deli side.
Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can help you. I'm going to put up people's exhibit number 1. Actually, I'm going to go to, I'm sorry. I'm going to go to 2. Do you see the area of the deli or can you identify the area of the deli on that diagram?
Yeah, so from my far left, where it's got the little corner area, which was right next to a little Starbucks. There's a glass wall right there that we could see straight out of.
Can you just stand up and there should be an orange handled pointer somewhere up there on the bench that you may be able to extend out?
So this is where we wait for the pizza. This is about where we were standing. This was all glass, so you can pretty much see straight out into the parking lot.
Okay. So you hear the sound and is that what caused you to look out into the parking lot?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you saw when you looked out that front window.
So when I looked out that front window, it was kind of a couple of seconds in between when I heard the first sound versus when I saw the person. But I saw the person walking up in between cars, holding up like this, and actually taking aim and firing a gun.
And you've just motioned for purposes of the record, like a gun, like a rifle being shouldered
Mm-hmm.
with, yes?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that they were walking through cars. What direction were they moving in the parking lot?
So if you're standing facing like I am towards y'all at that glass, they're going to the right.
So that would be from the west side of the lot towards the east side of the lot?
If I'm,
If you're facing north,
yeah. So yes, sir.
can you describe what the person was wearing and what they look like?
And like I stated in my statement, I can't tell you what their face was because I never saw the face, but I can tell you that they look like they're wearing blue jeans, tactical vest, and the black vest type.
When you say a tactical vest, what do you mean?
Looks kind of like they're wearing, I wouldn't say bulletproof vest, but something kind of similar towards it.
Like something law enforcement might wear to hold their gear?
Yes,
Something military would wear to hold gear?
close to it.
Was the person, you indicated that they held the weapon to their shoulder and appeared to be aiming. What caused you to think they were aiming?
Hi, Music City
Like
Mom.
stated in the thing, I could see the side of him. I couldn't see his face because the actual gun was covering their face. So they had their head down on it aiming.
So the cheek was kind of against the stock or the butt of the gun,
Yes, sir.
and it was the end of the gun or the butt of the gun was on the shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And that the position of the gun is what caused you to believe they were aiming when firing.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe anything else about the manner in which you saw the person firing the gun?
Not necessarily firing the gun off of, because like I said, it's been a while. But just the way they were walking, and I've been hunting, I've been target practicing, stuff like that. The way that he was holding and moving is not like just randomly shooting.
Objection, calls for speculation.
What? Doesn't call for speculation, Judge. Overruled. When you say not randomly, what do you mean?
So we're from the South, so we shoot guns quite a lot. So I have friends that will go out and just shoot randomly at a tree or something like that. They're not really aiming. I have people that then turn around and actually take time and point and aim and shoot. This guy was not just moving, just shooting randomly. He was pointing and aiming.
What about how fast he was firing? Was it really rapid or was it slower?
So I heard quite a few shots before I even noticed what was going on. After that, I heard more shots, but after that, it was I was trying to get out of the area. I couldn't tell you exactly how many more shots.
Could you tell anything about the type of weapon based on the speed of the shots?
Speed of the shots, it wasn't an automatic. It was more of a semi-automatic or manual from what I could tell.
When you say not an automatic, not like a machine gun,
Meaning it wasn't a rapid fire, it wasn't shooting like machine gun style or anything like that.
wasn't spraying bullets.
No, not spraying bullets.
You saw aiming and kind of just a slow progression.
Yes, sir.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. Could you see what he was shooting at or what he was
Yes, sir.
aiming at?
Couldn't see that. So all I know is because even though he was in between the cars, there were still cars blocking once he got to a certain point.
About how far away do you think you were when you saw him shooting in the parking lot?
Probably close to 200 to 300 yards away inside the building from where he was outside.
Once you identified there was somebody with a gun in the parking lot firing, what did you do?
Grabbed the guy that was working with me. We hid behind one of the little shelves that they have there until I heard him come into the store shooting. And then that's when I started getting out.
When you say you heard him come into the store, how did you know he'd entered the store?
The sound got louder and glass was breaking and stuff like that. So if he wasn't in the store at the point in time, he was getting into the store.
When you say you heard those shots get louder, how many shots did you hear?
About 2 or 3. And it when he was coming through, you could hear it kind of echoing through. But then when he came into the store, it got extremely louder.
And do you know where he came into the store?
I couldn't tell you that.
So you started to say you guys initially ducked down by the kiosk. He enters the store. What action did you take with your partner at that point?
At that point, I actually made my way around the back end, all the way to the back to where there was an exit to going out the loading ramps.
When you say around the back end, what do you mean?
So where we were, we came down and around like on the outskirt of the store. And we met up with a group of other people in the back and asked them where the exit was. He says, right back here. We walked back there. There's a door there. We got it open and we got out.
When you say back there in the back of the store,
It's
what
like
kind
the
of,
back side of the store?
what kind of area were you in when you left the store?
Probably the frozen side.
Was it an area, was the door you went out an area that people shopping would normally be walking around in?
No.
Describe what it was.
So it's a back, so basically it's kind of like the metal storage area where it's a metal door where they go out, help trucks load in, unload out.
So more like a loading dock area.
Yes, sir.
Describe the door that you found in the back of the store.
Metal push door, like the metal bars in the middle, you push it open, you get out.
Was there anything securing the door?
Yes, there was a bar across the door. It looked like it had a padlock on it. The lock looked like it was locked, so we pulled it off and then we opened up the bar and got it out.
When you say you pulled it off to,
I don't think the lock at the point in time was locked, but it was set up to the way to where it looked like it was locked.
so the padlock's hanging on this bar, looks like it's locked, and then you grab it and are able to just take it off.
Yes.
So you get the padlock off. What do you have to do to the door to get it open after the padlock's off?
So there was a bar that ran across that the padlock sat on something else and locked the bar into place to keep the door from opening. We lifted the bar up, I threw it to the side and then I pushed the door open.
And when you say we, are you talking about your partner, the other Daniel, or somebody else?
Just me, basically. I'm referring to the whole group of people in the room.
About how many people are in the room when you get that door open?
I would say anywhere from 20 to 30.
And they're all in this back storage area and couldn't figure out how to get out?
Well, the first guy that originally ran in had said the door's locked. So people started trying to scurry around, try to find another way out. I just happened to look at the lock pad, grabbed it, pulled it open, and then moved the bar and got out the door. After that, everybody else followed me behind.
How many people you think followed you out and came out that door after you got it open?
I know everybody in the room. After that, I can't really say because at the time we were coming out that door, there was a group of people coming out of another door in the same area.
Another door on the back of the store.
Yes, sir.
Estimate the number of people that came out both those doors together that were in back?
Anywhere from 50 to 100.
What'd you do when you got outside?
Went up the hill. And at that point, somewhere in between all that, it hit my knee and my knee was swelling up. So it's kind of hard for me. When I got on top of the hill, I stopped for a sec, started calling 911, made the 911 call as we were making our way towards the other shopping district.
When you say other shopping district, like what direction were you moving?
So we would be moving in the same, like from west to east.
What happened to your knee?
Somehow along during the way, I jammed it and slammed it on something, which caused it to start swelling and got nerve damage on it.
How long after you got out that back door did you place the 911 call?
I would say less than 5 to 10 minutes. I wanted to make sure I was away from the building before I started calling.
Do you give the information you had to the 911 operator at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Judge, permission to approach.
You may. So far in this trial, the witnesses have all been really good and articulate and credible.
Mr. Slay, I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 7. Can you tell us what that is?
That would be a recording of my 911 call
How do you know that's what's on the CD?
because I signed it.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 7.
No objection.
Thank you. It's admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
911, where's the emergency? King Sleeper's building. Can you see the suspect? I told him earlier, but I'll bed up back there at the ship door. Do you have a description? Right now, about 5'9", 5'10", wearing a black vest, looks like a bulletproof vest or an armed vest. A black AR. AR? AR, it's a black gun. Yep. It's almost like an AR, but I'm not real sure. What was he wearing? Blue jeans, I can't tell you the rest. All I know is what he's wearing. I'm too busy trying to get another guy out the door. Okay. Can you shelter in place and barricade yourself? We are outside the store and we are walking away from the store. We get out of there now for a police report or anything? Get out of there. All right, we're out. You saw him. Probably about 6 minutes before I guess everybody else started calling. Where did you see him? We were in the deli section. We looked out the window and I saw him right over there by the truck and the parking lot shooting at somebody. Okay. Get out of there. Get out of there. We are going to keep walking. We're going to say everything we got. Thank you. Yep.
Judge, I have no further questions for Mr. Slay.
Mr. Dunn?
Judge, no questions for this witness.
All right, Mr. Slay, you are excused.
He can
Released
be
from
ex-
the
he can-
subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
All right, sir.
No objection.
Thank you.
Oh,
You told me, Judge, I'm sorry. That was my bad, Mr. Slay. I didn't believe that.
Married with a spouse by the name of Dale Wong.
What were you and Dr. Wong doing that particular day?
On the day in question, we had been skiing up near Allen's Park and we were coming back home, stopping at the grocery store for some food.
When you say you were skiing near Allen's Park, were you cross-country skiing?
Correct.
What made you decide to stop at that particular King Soopers?
I've been shopping at that King Super since approximately 1985. It's closest to our house.
Do you remember about what time you got there?
3-ish,
Could it have been maybe a little earlier?
could have been 2-ish.
Describe what you guys were doing when you got to the store.
Sort of normal grocery store activities. We went in with some bags and we were getting a variety of groceries. We went in together.
Did you remain together while you were shopping?
No, we split up. Just prior to the event, I had gone to the front of the grocery store and Dale was towards the back.
While you guys were separated, what happened?
What happened is that we heard, or I heard, loud noises. I reacted to that loud noise. Heard some additional loud noises. I hid in a shelf of potato chips, and the events that this trial is regarding ensued.
What were you doing when you heard the first loud noise?
I was looking for steel cut oats in the aisle where the oatmeal and potato chips are. And when I heard the first loud noise, it wasn't clear what it was, but it was very loud. And I ducked behind a cardboard display. And then I heard further noises, which was obviously gunshots. And I heard, I believe, some screaming. And I went sideways into the shelves of potato chips to hide.
Why'd you go into the shelf of potato chips rather than stay where you were hiding behind the display?
Because the cardboard display was no hiding place. It was small.
Can you describe for the jury in any more detail how you got into the shelf or what shelf you were on?
Yeah, when I crouched behind the cardboard display, it was really just very small, maybe 2 feet high. and I was down near the bottom of the shelves, and there was a number, I don't know, 4 to 6 shelves of chips. And I just went sideways immediately into that lowest shelf.
What direction was your head pointing when you got into the shelf?
My head was towards the north end of the store. My feet were toward the south end of the store, and I was on my belly.
Were you somewhat concealed in that position?
Fortunately, I was.
Could you tell when you were hearing the gunshots where they were coming from inside the store?
Yeah, they were coming from the sort of northeast entrance.
Did that change at some point?
I heard gunshots, yes, in different locations. Most of them seemed to be in the front of the store. I did also hear a gunshot that came from the back of the store, which would be the south end, after I had hidden. Actually, I heard most of them after I'd hidden.
You indicated a minute ago that in addition to the gunshots, you heard screams. Could you tell where the screams were coming from?
Other than the first bang, which was hard to localize, they all sounded like in that area of the northeast entrance.
Describe what happened after you were on the shelf with the chips.
I hid. I had, as I'd been skiing, I had a very bright yellow jacket on, so I knew I was rather conspicuous, and fortunately, many of the potato chips are colored yellow. I just hunkered in there as quietly and quickly as I could. I did look up at just seconds after I hid and saw the gunman walk past the aisle that I was in. I looked away pretty quickly after that. I just didn't want to be seen in any way, and I just stayed in that position for quite some time. Heard some gunshots and other things, and eventually was contacted by my spouse via phone.
When you saw the gunman walk by, was he in the front or the back of the store?
In the front.
Because your head was pointed towards the north, which would be the front of the store, correct?
Correct.
What was he doing as he walked by?
He was hunting. He was looking down the aisle as he walked by.
So he actually turned and looked down the aisle that you were hiding on.
Correct.
What part of him could you see?
Most of his upper body and his face.
Can you describe the person you saw?
Yeah, a white male with facial hair, dark facial hair, slightly overweight, wearing light colored clothing, carrying an assault rifle.
What direction was he moving as he was passing the aisle?
East to west.
At some point later, while you were hiding on the shelf, did you take some photographs after the incident had resolved?
I did.
Judge, can I approach?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sheets, I've handed you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 8 and 9. Can you tell us what those are?
So I took these essentially from where I was hiding. I was fairly confident at that time that the shooting was over and that the gunman had been apprehended. There were a variety of law enforcement officers, I believe, clearing the grocery store. And so Exhibit 9 shows the cardboard display that I initially crouched against or behind, and the potato chips on the ground were not there when I initially hid.
Okay.
Exhibit 8 is a little bit more of what I was able to see. I think I'd moved out slightly when I took that picture, or held the camera out slightly. My head was a little bit further in, so some of my vision was obscured by the chip bags.
Do they accurately reflect kind of your view while you were hiding on the shelf?
Yeah, pretty accurately. Probably
Judge,
not exactly.
I would move to admit People's Exhibits 8 and 9.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sheets, can you tell us what we're looking at here and just walk the jury through what they're seeing in People's Exhibit 8?
Those are two, like Boulder Police. The guy on the left, it looks like SWAT team member. They are in approximately the position, the left-hand officer is in approximately the position that I saw the gunman in. Again, I think that I had my camera slightly further out than my head was at the time when I visualized the gunman. But you can tell that I'm just above the floor, hiding in a shelf.
But from a distance perspective, this accurately reflects the officer on the left about the distance that the defendant was away when you observed him to pass the aisle.
Yeah, approximately.
You mentioned that you saw him in addition to an assault rifle. Why do you say assault rifle, or can you describe it more?
It had that classic appearance with the AK-47 or the AR-15s that you see in multiple areas. It was not a long rifle, so I would sort of describe it as a sawed-off assault rifle, but it was not a regular hunting rifle or target shooting rifle. It had the large clip and the sort of things sticking off the top and the bottom.
How was he holding it as he stood at the head of the aisle?
I don't really remember exactly. It seemed to be up in his arms, but I can't tell you whether it was precisely in his left or right arm.
And you mentioned earlier your perception that he was hunting in going aisle to aisle. Why did you draw that conclusion?
I've had plenty of time to think about it. I did see his eyes. He was looking down the aisle, sort of at, eye level. And I just sort of remember the stare looking down that aisle. And like I said, it was not something I wanted to lock eyes with. So I turned away pretty quickly. But that was the sort of stance and calm expression on the face.
You mentioned a little earlier that your husband tried to contact you. Tell the jury about that.
So I had been lying there for not very long. The gunshots that I had heard behind me, I think, had already happened, and my phone rang. It was in my ski pants pocket. The ring is unique. It's a bird call, not a regular phone ring. So I knew who was calling. It also was quite frightening because I thought it might blow my cover. So I immediately grabbed the phone and answered it. And we had a very brief conversation. I told him where I was alive and hiding, and I couldn't talk. And I turned my ringer off. And we did have a number of text exchanges after that over the course of the events.
Did you learn what had happened to your husband?
I don't remember if he told me precisely that he had escaped out the back, but he said he was outside, behind the grocery store.
How long after you got onto the shelf did you hear additional shots?
There was a shot that was the one that I believe killed the person in the next aisle. I heard that.
Hold on, there's an objection.
Cause for speculation.
Because I think if she continues, she will be able to explain why she drew that conclusion. I could rephrase the question.
Please do,
Go
thank
slower.
you.
You heard an additional shot after you were on the shelf. Where did it sound like that shot was coming from?
So I heard several shots after I was hiding. The first one was quite soon after I hid, and it was coming from behind, and it was very close to me, and I heard and smelled some things that were likely in the aisle directly to my east. And that was within, probably less than a minute.
So less than a minute after being on the shelf, you hear shots. What you're saying is behind you, you're laying on your stomach. So you said that's to the east?
Correct. It would be to my right as I'm laying towards north.
So you said that's where it sounded like the shots came from. How many shots did you hear?
The shot came from behind. So I heard it at the what would be the back of the store, but I heard the results of that shot to my right.
Okay, so the shots were coming from the back of the store, and then you hear something in the aisle next to you. Describe what you heard in the aisle next to you.
I heard someone die, just a little breath of exhalation of someone collapsing and dying, and I smelled blood after that.
Something that people would describe as agonal breathing.
Yeah, it was just a sigh almost, just a little bit
And
more than that.
how are you familiar with that sound being associated with someone dying?
Well, I work in emergency medicine and I've had the unfortunate experience of seeing and being around multiple people who have passed. So it's not a surprise. It was obvious to me that this was a terminal event.
So you hear the shots coming down or from behind you in the aisle next to you, smell blood, hear this final breath, and that's what caused you to draw the conclusion the person had been killed in the aisle next to you.
Correct. And I heard no other sounds from that spot for the remainder of the day.
As far as where you heard that sound of a person making that last breath.
Correct.
Did you encounter anyone else while you were hiding on the shelf?
Yes, later on, and the timing is, difficult, but it seemed quite a bit later on. There was a gentleman that came into the aisle, sort of crawled into the aisle, didn't know I was there, started pulling some of the chips away out of the shelf. Those are the ones you saw in that picture on the floor. And he sort of looked like he was going to try to hide into that same shelf. I was able to catch his eye, and I don't know how I motioned, but I didn't want him to continue to pull potato chips out because I thought that would make it obvious that someone had been there. And when I caught his eye, he stopped what he was doing, and then he went behind me to the south, towards the back, and got into the shelf without disrupting any potato chips, and was behind me hiding.
When that man came crawling towards your location down the aisle, where was he coming from?
I think he was one of the checkers coming. He was in King Super's uniform, and he came from the checkout aisles.
So he would have been coming from the front of the store down the aisle that you were on.
Correct.
Did you see a name tag?
Not at that time.
After the event, did you see a name tag?
Yes, afterwards I saw, I believe it was K, was the name tag.
So this man starts to remove the chips. You're in some way motion to him or alert him. You were already hiding there. And then he crawls in behind you. What were your concerns at that point in time?
My concerns were that if the gunman came back around and noticed that there were now chips out there, it might make him look a little closer.
That maybe somebody had been in that aisle or was hiding in that aisle.
Correct.
Is that depicted in People's Exhibit 9? We haven't shown the jury yet.
Yeah, those were the chips that Kay pulled out.
When you got onto the shelf, those chips didn't get displaced. You didn't knock any chips to the floor.
I did not.
And then when he comes in, he's trying to crawl in there and he's moving chips, and that was why you were alarmed.
Correct.
And that's the chips we see on the floor in People's 9. At some point, did you hear other crashing type sounds?
Yes. I heard very loud crashing sounds towards the front of the store. I really didn't know what they were. Like huge crashing sounds.
Did you continue to hear the gunman move about the store?
I'd never heard the gunman move about the store. Never heard anything from who I would have assumed the gunman or anything from any other people after that the initial few minutes of gunfire.
And then eventually you see the officers in the pictures that you're taking while you're still in hiding. And how do you notify them that you and Kay are there?
Well, there were other things that happened. So after the person in the next aisle was shot, there was quite a bit of time of silence. There was another volley of gunfire towards the front of the store. I believe it was after that is when the really loud noises occurred. And then there was another volley of gunfire. And it was after that that I did start to hear other things besides gunfire. The crashes, I believe, stopped at that point. I can't remember exactly the time frame for the crashes, but there were some yells and some dogs and a lot of commotion back towards the southeast side of the store. And that was after the last of the gunfire. And it was because of the sounds of the dog and some of the sounds, and I can't remember any distinct vocalizations, but noises that the law enforcement officers made. I knew that they had apprehended the gunman.
Just to be clear, you talked about a lot of different sets of shots, and I want to make sure that I understand. You're the initial shots that cause you to duck down behind the cardboard display, correct?
Correct.
You then realize that you're not in a protected position and you climb onto the shelf, correct?
Correct.
And then you hear the shots in what you believe to be from the back to the front of the store in the aisle next to you, and what you believe to be the woman die.
Correct.
After that, you said there's another volley of shots. Could you tell where in the store those shots were?
Yeah, there was two subsequent sets of gunfire, and they were both from that northeast entrance, as far as I could tell.
Any idea how many shots during those second two volleys?
More than one, but I can't say other than that.
So describe what happened when ultimately you alerted SWAT to your position.
So as you've now seen that I took a couple pictures, I knew that the officers were, I'm sure, clearing the scene. I remained silent and hidden. I believe they even walked down our aisle once before I alerted them. I'm not 100% certain about that. But at one point, two officers walked past us and I said, 2 civilians in here or something like that. I just indicated that there were people hiding.
So the officers didn't see you in your hiding spot.
They did not.
How did the officers respond when you called out to them?
They immediately sort of ducked down and helped us out and helped us up to our feet and escorted us to the front of the store.
And when you got to the front of the store, did you see that there were casualties?
I did.
What did you see?
When I stood up and walked by the aisle next to me, I looked down the aisle to confirm with my eyes what I sensed with my hearing and smell, and saw one body there. And then they set us down, I believe, near the firewood, which would have been sort of close, but not exactly at that northeast entrance. And there was a King Soopers employee, I know that because of the name badge, who was deceased, laying on the floor in front of us.
Did you also see an officer down?
I saw the officer down when I walked out of the store.
Where was the officer?
He was at the end of a long trail of blood that went from inside the store to outside the doors, right at the entrance.
Good Lord. Oh. Oh.
Doctor, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Dunn?
Judge, no questions.
All right, thank you. You may be excused, maybe she released from the subpoena.
Please, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, thank you. All right, you may step down.
Okay.
Help yourself to some water if you'd like.
Got it.
Just so you know, they haven't come back in Las Vegas yet.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's supposed to be a short
Good
break.
afternoon.
I don't know what's
Can
going
you
on.
please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Logan Ezra Smith, Smith.
Mr. Smith, how old are you?
I am 23.
I'm going to ask you just a few questions about your background and then transition into the events of March 22nd, 2021, okay?
Understood.
Where'd you grow up, Mr. Smith?
I grew up here in Boulder, Colorado.
Can you walk the jury just through your education and your time in Boulder?
Yes, so I grew up at, I was born at the previous Boulder Community Health on Broadway, and spent my whole life here until I was 18, and I moved to Gun Barrel. During that time of living in Gun Barrel, I began working at King Soopers, and spent some time in Longmont, went to Boulder High School. Pretty much describes my growing up in Boulder.
And did you graduate from high school?
I sure did.
What high school did you graduate from?
Boulder High School.
And what year did you graduate high school, Mr. Smith?
I was a super senior. I graduated a year late in 2020 during the pandemic.
Where are you living now?
Never heard that. Super senior.
Currently traveling around, residing back here in Boulder for this trial, but in the process of relocating to New Mexico.
And who have you been traveling with?
I have been traveling with my girlfriend, Olivia McKenzie.
What have you been doing for work over the last year or two?
So I was working at Boulder Community Health. I was a supply chain specialist there. In May, I took a leave of absence to reassess life and see what other opportunities I could have. And I decided to remove myself from working at the hospital in an effort to find a new career. And I came back to Boulder and began working at a coffee shop temporarily that I had worked at directly after the shooting on Pearl Street. As of now, I am in the process of joining the police academy in New Mexico.
And I'm going to take you now back to March 22nd of 2021, okay?
Yes.
Where were you working at that time?
I was working both in the Starbucks as well as the meat department on the day of I was at Starbucks.
And where are you referring to? King Soopers?
King Soopers, yes.
And is that the King Soopers located on Table Mesa in South Boulder, Colorado?
That is correct.
So for the jurors who may not know, there's Starbucks located within King Soopers. Is that owned and operated by Starbucks, or is that staffed by King Soopers employees?
It's staffed by King Soopers employees. It's kind of like a branch off of Starbucks directly. We are paid and employed by King Soopers.
And during that time period, you're working both in the Starbucks area, but also the meat department.
That is correct.
And at that point, in March of 2021, how long approximately had you been working in that King Soopers?
Up until March 22nd, 2021, I had been there for just under a year.
Can you tell the jury about your average or weekly schedule at King Soopers?
Yes, so my schedule, I willingly worked pound hours. I had a stretch of time where I did 56-hour weeks for about 16 weeks. I needed the money to support myself and my mom and my family. And it alternated. I was mainly working at Starbucks closing, but some days I would work the meat department. And then if the deli needed help as well, I would help them out. My coworkers at the time called me the multi-tool of the store.
And when you worked in the Starbucks located in that King Soopers, what did an average day look like for you?
It varied. About half my time I was opening the kiosk, and then other times I was closing. On March 22nd in particular, I was on a closing shift.
And what does that mean? What kind of work were you doing?
It's essentially just your daily routines as a barista, except in the closing shift, you're cleaning up and restocking everything, getting the opening team ready for a busy morning.
Approximately what hours would a closing shift consist of?
Typically, it would be 12 to 8:30.
12 p.m. to 8:30 p.m.?
That is correct.
Where were you living at that time?
My home was in Gun Barrel, but I spent about 2 months with a friend of mine in South Boulder during that time.
During that time period, would you ever go to that King Supers on your personal time as well as for work?
No, honestly, like since I worked there so much, the days that I wasn't there, I would stay far, far away from it.
I'm going to ask the court if we could put up Exhibit 1 on the screen and just get us oriented to where the Starbucks is in King Supers. See the exhibit number 1 on the screen there, Mr. Smith?
That is correct.
It's also on the screen behind you.
Okay.
Can you just give us an idea of where the Starbucks is located inside the store?
Yes. So if you take a look to the left side of the building, the Starbucks kiosk is located pretty much right next to the west side entrance and exit. You would have gone through the entrance, gone around a corner to your right-hand side, and you would be met at the front of the kiosk.
And there should be an orange pointer. Is there one on the witness stand? Not on the picture, I'm sorry, but an actual pointer device on the witness stand.
Oh, yes.
You mind just showing the jury on the screen behind you what you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Can extend the pointer if you like.
Okay. Let me just, there we go.
Extends further, but that tip is a little tricky.
Okay. Is it like a red dot or no?
No.
Okay. So it's located about right here. This box, I believe, from my best understanding, is the kiosk itself.
Indicating the box to the left of that red set of doors on the left side of the store.
That is correct.
So it's on the west side of the store, the Starbucks kiosk.
Yes.
On an average day, how many people would be working for King Supers? Just approximately.
Approximately total for King Supers, I would estimate between 50 and 60 employees on shift at a time.
Did you get to know your coworkers over time?
Yes, yes. Working a variety of different times throughout the day, I got to know almost everyone that was working there at the time.
Who were some of the people working at King Supers on that March 22nd day, Mr. Smith?
A good friend, Ricky Olds, was working. My coworker, Helen, and I'll be honest, I'm drawing a blank on most of the names right now.
That's okay. We're going to just take it step by step, okay?
Okay,
Let's circle back. You mentioned Ricky Olds.
correct.
How long had you known Ricky Olds for before March 22nd, 2021?
I got to know Ricky shortly after I started working there, and the impression she gave off was so welcoming that I felt as if I knew her for so long, except I only knew her when I met her, and then I knew her for the whole year I was there.
What kind of work did she do for King Supers?
She was in general merchandise and then got promoted to supervisor of the front end.
Bless you. And what does it mean to be a supervisor of the front end at King Supers?
Essentially, I believe her own roles were supervising the cashiers and the baggers, as well as monitoring customer service and the self-checkout areas.
And you knew her for about a year or so.
That is correct.
How would you describe Ricky Olds as a person?
The best way to describe her is like the sister everyone would love to have. Bubbly, her laugh you could hear across the store. She, if you were having a bad day, she had the magic to see that you were going through something and just make you smile immediately. She personally helped me pick my head up and put a smirk on my face if I was having a tough day. And I was grateful to share my final moments with her on the day of the shooting as well.
We're going to come to that in a couple minutes, okay?
Understood.
Did you also work with another young person by the name of Denny Stong?
That is correct.
How long had you known Denny Stong for before the shooting?
I got to know Denny, I believe it was the second day I worked at King Soopers. He was like the night crew courtesy clerk, cleaning up around the store and all of that. And working the closing shift at Starbucks, he would come up to me and just start a conversation out of nowhere. And I'm quite an introvert, so I was wanting to avoid conversation if I could, but he kept sticking around and talking to me, and we got to know each other and developed a friendship like no other I've ever had. And it took some time to get to that level, but probably every weekend or a day that we both weren't working, we were hanging out.
What would the two of you do when you were hanging out outside of work?
We would go up in the mountains, go explore. We went out flying drones and just doing outdoor stuff. He introduced me to firearms, and I learned how to use firearms and rifles and shotguns through him. And it was it was very educational and a great bonding experience with him. So yeah.
Can you tell the jury more about that? Where'd you guys go and what you did?
Yeah. We mainly went to a friend's property, just, I believe it was north of Nederland. And we would go up there every Saturday or so and just set up some targets on the tree or just shoot around pretty much, just as a pastime.
Okay. And that was you and Denny together?
That is correct.
And who'd the guns belong to, if you know?
That was the weapons at the time were Denny's. And after getting experienced, I purchased my own as well, and I brought that along. And he taught me how to use my rifle better as well.
What was Denny like as a person?
He was, he would hate me however I describe him, but he was cocky, if I may use that word, arrogant, but he loved everyone. If you got to know Denny and he respected and liked you, he was by your side through it all. And he was like a brother I never had, like a brother from another mother. And he put me in my place many times and strengthened my confidence and my love for myself. And he was a great person to be around.
Sounds like you guys spent a lot of time together outside of work.
We did.
And how often would you see Denny at work?
I would say about probably four or 5 days a week. We shared very similar days that we worked together.
Did you know a woman who worked at King Soopers by the name of Terry Laker?
I sure did.
What did Terry do at King Soopers?
Terry was I believe.
Oh, wow. I think something very, very interesting is happening in Vegas. I was wondering if this was happening. I don't know if I heard this correctly because I was listening to 2 different audio feeds at a time, but it appears that Mr. Redden, the defendant, has decided to change his plea in this matter to guilty. And I'm not surprised. Listen to this. Listen to what they say.
Representations that you'd like to make.
Your Honor, it is my understanding that Mr. Redden is going to plead guilty but mentally ill to all of the charges in the second amended indictment that was previously filed. The state is willing to stipulate to allow him to withdraw his prior pleas of guilty so that he can enter pleas of guilty but mentally ill to counts 2 through 7. And he's also pleading guilty but mentally ill to count 1.
And that's our understanding, Your Honor. He's prepared to go forward with the plea.
Okay. All right.
But in terms of the negotiations, Your Honor, there are no negotiations. Each side will argue for a lawful sentence under the statute.
Okay. All right. Mr. Redden,
Yes.
I'm going to be asking your lawyer to state in open court the substance of the plea agreement. In other words, the primary, the most important terms of the negotiations or agreement between you and the state. Actually, this is a guilty plea memorandum.
Correct.
Okay. I want you to listen carefully as after your lawyer's done speaking, I'm going to ask you if you heard him and if you agree that this is what the parties have agreed to enter into. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Arnold?
Your Honor, he's agreed to plead guilty, but mentally ill to count 1, attempted murder, victim 60 years of age or older. Count 2, battery on a protected person, resulting in substantial bodily harm, victim over 60 years of age or older. Count 3, intimidating a public officer. Count 4, battery on an officer resulting in substantial bodily harm. Count 5, performance of act or neglect of duty in willful or wanton disregard of safety of persons or property, resulting in substantial bodily harm or death. Count 6, battery by prisoner. Count 7, unlawful act related to human excrement or bodily fluid.
Okay. And this is what I will do. Once I canvass Mr. Redden, I will, I will go ahead and allow him to withdraw his guilty plea with respect to the counts 2 through 7.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did I get the numbers right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Redden,
Yes.
did you hear your lawyer just state the substance of the guilty plea memorandum?
Yes.
Okay. Did he accurately state the terms that you had agreed in order to resolve the criminal charges lodged against you?
Yes.
Do you read, write, and understand the English language?
I do.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of the guilty plea memorandum?
I did.
Did you review the second amended indictment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need me to read the second amended indictment now and before we take your plea?
No, you don't.
Okay. Before accepting your guilty plea, there's a number of questions I'm going to have to ask you in order to assure me you are entering a valid plea. If you do not understand any of my questions, will you please let me know so that I can rephrase them?
I will.
If at any time you wish to take a break in the proceedings so that you can discuss matters in private with your lawyer, will you let me know so that I can give you an opportunity to do so?
Yes.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 31,
Where were you born?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
What is the extent of your education?
12.
Did you graduate from high school?
No.
Would it be fair to say you dropped out in the 12th grade?
Yes.
Okay. You finished the 11th grade?
Yes.
Okay. Are you taking any medications or suffering from any medical, physical, or mental health conditions that would interfere with your ability to understand these proceedings and the terms of the guilty plea memorandum?
I am on mental health meds, but as long as I'm on that, I don't believe that it'll affect any of my
Okay.
resistance.
Well, I know that you've got to be on some medication, sir. I think we've been discussing that here today. But I want to know, are you taking any medications or suffering from any medical, physical, or mental health conditions that would interfere with your ability to understand what is going on here today or the terms of the guilty plea memorandum?
Oh, no.
You fully understand?
Yes.
Have you had an ample opportunity to discuss your case with your lawyer, Mr. Arnold?
Yes.
Are you satisfied to have him as your lawyer and the advice that he has given to you?
Yes.
Do you understand you are entitled to have an attorney represent you at every stage of the proceeding lodged against you?
Yes.
Do you understand you're entitled to a trial by jury, at which in order to convict you, all of the jurors would have to agree that you are guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand at trial you would be presumed to be innocent, and the state would have to overcome that presumption and prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand that to do this, the witnesses for the state would have to come to court and testify in your presence, and your lawyer could cross-examine those witnesses?
Yes.
Do you also understand that your lawyer could object to evidence offered by the state at the trial and could call witnesses and present evidence on your behalf?
Yes.
Do you understand at trial, while you have the right to testify if you chose to do so, you also would have the right not to testify, and if you decided not to testify at your trial, the state would not be able to use the fact you did not testify in any way to prove its case?
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering your guilty pleas, you are giving up these rights and other rights listed in the guilty plea memorandum?
Yes.
Are you aware of the penalties for committing the crimes which are listed in count 1 through count 7?
Yes.
I'd like to review all of them with you. This will take a little bit of time, but I want to make sure you understand, okay? Do you understand, as a consequence of entering a plea of guilty but mentally ill, you have the burden of establishing your mental illness by a preponderance of the evidence?
Oh, yes.
Do you understand that except as otherwise provided by specific statute, as a defendant who has entered such a plea, you would be subject to the same criminal, civil, and administrative penalties and procedures as a defendant who regularly just pleads guilty? Sure. Do you understand, except as provided by specific statute, as a defendant who has entered a plea of guilty but mentally ill, you are subject to the same criminal, civil, and administrative penalties and procedures as a defendant who pleads guilty?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, do you understand that if the court finds by a preponderance of the evidence you are not mentally ill at the time of sentencing, that the court may impose any sentence that the court is authorized to impose upon a defendant who pleads or is found guilty of the same offense, or that you are mentally ill at the time of or if you are mentally ill at the time of sentencing, the court shall impose any sentence the court is authorized to impose upon a defendant who pleads or is found guilty of the same offense, and include in that sentence an order that you, during the period of your confinement or probation, be given or obtain such treatment as is medically indicated for your mental illness. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That's all set forth on page 2 of the guilty plea memorandum. Okay, do you understand that as a consequence of your plea of guilty but mentally ill, the court must sentence you as follows? First, with respect to count 1, the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 2 years and a maximum term of not more than 20 years, plus a consecutive sentence of 1 year to 20 years for the age enhancement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand the minimum term of imprisonment may not exceed 40% of the maximum term of imprisonment?
Yes.
Do you also understand that you also may be fined?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you are eligible for probation for the offense to which you are pleading guilty?
Yes, I understand.
Do you also understand, except as provided by statute, the question of whether you receive probation is in the discretion of the sentencing judge?
Yes.
With respect to count 2, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 2 years and a maximum term of not more than 10 years, plus a consecutive sentence of 2 years, minimum 2 years to 10 years for the age enhancement.
Yes.
Do you, again, as with count 1, do you understand that the minimum term of imprisonment may not exceed 40% of the maximum term of imprisonment?
Yes.
Do you also understand in that situation, you may also be fined for that?
Yes.
And as, like count 1, do you also understand you are eligible for probation for the offense to which you are pleading guilty, meaning count 2?
Yes.
With respect to count 3, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 1 year and a maximum term of not more than 5 years?
Yes.
Do you also understand that you could be fined up to $10,000?
Yes.
And as with respect to counts 1 and 2, the minimum term of imprisonment may not exceed 40% of the maximum term of imprisonment.
Yes.
And I might save a little bit of time, but the minimum term of imprisonment may not exceed 40% of the maximum term of imprisonment would also apply to counts 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also understand that you are eligible for probation with
Yes.
respect to those other counts,
Yes.
as well as count 3.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think count 7 is actually non-probationable.
Okay. Okay, I will get to count 7. I thank you, counsel, for doing that. You are not eligible for probation with respect to count 7. We will get to that in a few moments. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to count 4, do you understand the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 2 years and a maximum term of not more than 10 years?
Yes.
Do you understand in that instance you may be fined up to $10,000?
Yes.
With respect to count 5, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 1 year and a maximum term of not more than 5 years?
Yes.
Do you also understand you could be fined up to $10,000 with respect to that count?
Yes.
With respect to count 6, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 1 year and a maximum term of not more than 6 years?
Yes.
Do you also understand in that instance you could be fined up to $5,000?
Yes.
Okay, and that again is with respect to count 6. With respect to count 7, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 2 years and a maximum term of not more than 10 years?
Yes.
Okay, and you do understand that you are not eligible for probation for the offense to which you're pleading guilty with respect to count 7?
Yes.
And do you understand you could also be fined up to $10,000?
Yes.
And in any case, that the law does require you to pay certain administrative assessment fees.
Yes.
Do you also understand the court may order you to make restitution to any victim of the offense to which you are pleading guilty?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or forced you to plead guilty but mentally ill?
No.
Has anyone told you if you do not plead guilty but mentally ill, some other adverse action will be taken against you?
No.
And I take it that you have, you've received a copy of the guilty plea memorandum,
Yes.
okay? And your signature is affixed thereon on page 8, is that right?
That's true.
And your lawyer, Mr. Arnold, he signed the guilty plea memorandum on page 9?
Yes.
Prior to signing the guilty plea memorandum, did you read it?
Yes, I did.
Did you discuss it with your lawyer before you signed it?
Yeah, I did.
Did he answer all of your questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you sign the guilty plea memorandum willfully, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yes,
Do you feel you understand the terms of the guilty plea memorandum?
I do.
Has anyone made any promise to you other than those set forth within the guilty plea memorandum that induced or caused you to plead guilty but mentally ill?
Say that one more time.
Sure. Has anyone made any promise to you other than those set forth within the guilty plea memorandum that induced or caused you to plead guilty but mentally ill?
No.
You understand that later on, when there are requests with respect to sentences or any sentences that may be agreed to by your lawyer, and the lawyers for the state would not be binding upon the sentencing judge.
I don't understand what that means.
Do you understand that sentencing is totally up to me?
Okay, yes.
That's irrespective of whatever your attorney argues to me. If later on there's deals made between your lawyer and the lawyers for the state, I don't have to abide by those deals. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also understand that you might, on the basis of your guilty plea but mentally ill, receive, if there was any deals going on, that you could receive a more severe sentence than that, either requested, recommended, stipulated, argued by your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions as to what you're alleged to have done within the second amended indictment?
No.
Do I need to review all that with him?
He's never been canvassed as to count one, Your Honor. I think the parties can agree to incorporate the factual basis from his previous plea as to counts 2 through 7, but he's never been canvassed as to count one.
Okay, let me go through that. I don't have that right in front of me, so let me pull it up.
The way that one defense attorney stands with his chest puffed up, it's almost like a
I'm
cartoon.
gonna go through all the counts.
He's constantly puffing his chest up. And look at
I'm
that
looking
attorney's
at
face
the-
now.
Well, it's called the amended indictment. And it was filed on August 30th.
It's the second amendment that was filed on Tuesday, Your Honor. That's the charging document we're going with.
Okay. Okay, I need it. Yeah, apparently it was filed in open court, counsel, and for whatever reason, hasn't made it yet, but they're gonna do it like right this minute. I'm gonna email them right now, Your Honor.
I can email the court a copy if you want to read them electronically.
If you got a file stamp on it, I'd be happy to do that. In fact, counsel, would you approach?
A corner in his face? I've never heard that term. I thought it was funny the way he kind of stood there, just the look on his face. He was very I don't know. It was kind of cartoonish, I'm not gonna lie. So I think I'm going to close things out now. I'm not super interested in waiting to see, for them to go through all this. Now we know that he's pleaded guilty and this trial is basically over. And what's rest is his, oh, got it, Patricia. Look at him smiling there. Like I said in the chat earlier, this redeems him in my eyes a bit, Hopefully he'll get the help he'll need so he doesn't do anything like that again to anybody else. Sounds like when he's on his meds, he's okay. The issue with mental illness patients is they don't want to stay on their meds. They stop believing they really need them when they start feeling better. Now they're all like, he is very, very attractive as a human being. I mean, he could be a model. His cheekbones, his expressive eyes, he could be a model for sure. It's just, man, why did he go in the direction he went,
But it is the one that was filed. I'm going to go ahead and review the second amended indictment with you, if I may, and tell me if this is what you did. And again, you're pleading guilty, but mentally ill. I appreciate that. So I may not add all of that. Okay, tell me if this is what you did with respect to count one, attempt murder victim 60 years of age or older, that you willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously, and with malice aforethought, attempt to kill Judge Mary Kay Holthus, who is 60 years of age or older, to wit, during your rendition of sentence, and once you knew she was about to sentence you to prison, did leap over defense counsel's table into the well of the courtroom, and thereafter rushing towards the judicial bench and jumping over it Superman style directly into Judge Mary Kay Holthus's judicial space, landing directly on top of her and immediately attacking Judge Mary Kay Holthus by grabbing her, pulling her hair, placing your hands around her throat, and or hitting her on the head by manner and means unknown. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. With respect to count two, tell me if this is what you did. That, and by the way, this is on or about January 3rd, 2024 in Clark County, Nevada. That with respect to battery on protected person resulting in substantial bodily harm, victim over 60 years of age or older, that you did willfully, unlawfully, and knowingly use force or violence upon the person of another, to wit, Judge Mary Kay Holthus, who is 60 years of age or older and is a protected person employed as an 8th Judicial District Court judge while Judge Mary Kay Holthus was performing the duties of an 8th Judicial District Court judge, which you knew or should have known that Judge Mary Kay Holthus was an 8th Judicial District Court judge by grabbing her, pulling her hair, placing your hands around her throat, and or hitting her on the head by manner and means unknown, resulting in substantial bodily harm to Judge Mary Kay Holthus. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, with respect to count three, intimidating public officer, that on the same date, place, and time, that tell me if this is what you did, that you did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously, directly or indirectly, address any threat or intimidation to a public officer, namely Judge Mary Kay Holthus, a judicial officer with intent to induce her, contrary to her duty to do, make, omit, or delay any act, decision, or determination with use of physical force or the immediate threat of such force, to wit, during the rendition of sentence, and once you knew she was about to sentence you to prison, did leap over defense counsel's table into the well of the courtroom, thereafter rushing towards the judicial bench and jumping over it Superman style directly into Judge Mary Kay Holthus's judicial space, landing directly on top of her and immediately attacking Judge Mary Kay Holthus by grabbing her, pulling her hair, placing your hands around her throat, and or hitting her on the head by manner and means unknown. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Count four, battery on an officer resulting in substantial bodily harm. On the same date, same date and place, tell me if this is what you did, that you did willfully, unlawfully, and knowingly use force or violence upon the person of another, to wit, Jay Cabralda, who is performing the duties of a peace officer employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, which you knew or should have known that Jay Cabralda was an officer by punching and or kicking and or pushing the officer, such acts resulting in substantial bodily harm. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to count five, at the same date, place, and time, tell me if this is what you did. That count five, performance of act or neglect of duty in willful or wanton disregard of safety of persons or property resulting in substantial bodily harm or death. That you did then and there unlawfully, willfully, unlawfully, feloniously perform an act in willful or wanton disregard of the safety of persons or property in the following manner, to wit, by jumping over the defense counsel's table into the well of the courtroom, thereafter rushing at the judicial bench and leaping over it Superman style to attack and or kill the judge, causing Marshall S. Brandon and others to respond in defense of your actions towards the judge, resulting in substantial bodily harm or death to Marshall S. Brandon. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to count six, battery by prisoner, on the same date and place and time, tell me if this is what you did. that you did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly use force or violence upon the person of another, to wit, Officer C. Boo, by spitting on Officer C. Boo, defendant, you at the time of the offense being a prisoner in lawful custody or confinement. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
With respect to count 7, on the same date and place, and the act being unlawful act relating to human excrement or bodily fluid, tell me if this is what you did, that you did then and there willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and intentionally use, propel, discharge, or spread any human excrement or bodily fluid consisting of saliva with the intent to have the excrement or bodily fluid come into physical contact with any portion of the body of another person, or under circumstances in which the excrement or bodily fluid was reasonably likely to have come into contact with any portion of the body of another person, to wit, Officer C. Boo, whether or not such contact actually occurred while you were a prisoner in lawful confinement, you committing the offense in the following manner, to wit, by spitting saliva on Officer Boo. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And for that reason, you are pleading guilty to committing the crimes by pleading guilty but mentally ill to committing the crimes of count 1, attempt to murder, victim 60 years of age or older, a category B felony in violation of NRS 200.010, NRS 200.030, NRS 193.153, and NRS 193.167. Count 2, battery on a protected person, resulting in substantial bodily harm, victim over 60 years of age or older, a category B felony in violation of NRS 200.481. Count 3, intimidating public officer, a category C felony in violation of NRS 199.300. Count 4, battery on an officer resulting in substantial bodily harm, a category B felony in violation of NRS 200.481. Count 5, is that what I'm on? Count 5, performance of act or neglect of duty in willful or wanton disregard of safety of persons or property resulting in substantial bodily harm or death, a category C felony in violation of NRS 202.595. Count 6, battery by prisoner, a category B felony in violation of NRS 200.481 2F, and count 7, unlawful act relating to human excrement or bodily fluid, category B felony in violation of NRS 12.189.
Okay, so while she's reading all of that off, I'm going to be ending this
Satisfied
soon.
with that canvas? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, at this time, I am going to allow Mr. Redden to withdraw his original guilty pleas to counts 2 through 7. And
So
it is the
I really want to
final
do a stream on my new
remaining
channel
competent and capable of entering an informed
about asking you all what true crime cases hooked you on true crime, because I've been thinking about this, like there's something missing in my content, and one of them is that I feel like I'm constantly talking at you and responding to chat, but not talking with you. And it's so much nicer to have like a full conversation and I really like learning more about my viewers in my chat, because you're all so smart and amazing and funny and wonderful and thoughtful and considerate. And I like hearing from you guys. I like talking to you guys. So on my other channel, I am going to set a live soon where we talk about what are the cases that hooked us on true crime. And why did that case? And it could be more than one case. I definitely have more than one case. So be on the lookout for that live to be scheduled by me. Again, I know a lot of you are already subscribed, but if you're not, that's what it looks like. I recently posted, I just last night posted a video on there about Gabby Petito. And I'm really trying to build that channel up so I can move everything over there. So just wanted to let you all know that.
Probably do it at noon if you want want to just do it at noon?
Whatever Mr. Arnold's preference is.
Yeah, and they're about to go home. So I think what the judge is going to do is the judge is going to figure out the actual sentence and then come back some other time for the actual sentencing. And hopefully he'll be on his meds for that sentencing. But, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. As horrible a thing he did to that judge, I have sympathy for him. I really do. And the fact that he just pled guilty and didn't allow this to continue really softens me
Okay.
to him, in my opinion. Because at first I was really thinking he's just sitting there playing like he's calm and, you know, not disruptive and stuff like that. But he really, what is behind that, you know, kind of innocent look is somebody who's very angry and, you know, just putting on a mask for court. But somehow his better demons got to him and he decided to plead guilty. And if I were his mom, I'd be at this would be a proud moment, but definitely not a proud moment of what he did to get here. Right. I mean, and maybe I'm too much of a softie. Maybe I should be more hard line, but I'm just trying to figure out what they're doing here. So, they're just letting the jury out. They're letting the jury in and then telling them. Let's see what they say to the jury. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I'd love for you to come up and talk to me about that, Cinnamon Girl. And I am going to do the book club on Saturday again if you want to read with me. And I invite other people to read with me as well. I would just really like to talk to you guys and hear more from you
Well, counsel,
rather than me
please
talking
stipulate
at
the
you.
presence of the jury. Okay, you all may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that was a very long break, but there's a reason for it, and that is that the parties have resolved their differences between them. Should I go ahead and tell them? Okay, essentially what Mr. Redden did was that he pled guilty to all the charges set forth within the second amended indictment, guilty but mentally ill. So as the case has been
jurors
resolved,
just
I
whistled.
can excuse you now and release you from your service. I want to thank you very, very much for taking your time, and I really do appreciate it. It's the only civil service that we do owe to our country, but it is really a necessary service, and I really do.
Did you all hear that? One of the jurors, you could hear them like whistle in relief or in surprise. So anyway, Cinnamon, did you see the here, I'll show you the thumbnail. I just posted this last night on my other channel. And I tell a whole story about you know, Gabby's case, but I really wanted to focus on the fact of what her family has done, especially her mother, in the aftermath of incredible tragedy. And they're having a virtual run right now with the Gabby Petito Foundation. So I kind of wanted to do a little bit of marketing for them. In all honesty, I think they deserve as much attention now as they got when she was when all of this was going on. So anyway, Colt Gray's father was arrested. Let me look. Wait. Let me look this up. I don't see anything in the real news. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. It's not that I doubt you, Solo. I just doubt wherever on the tubes you heard it, because I don't know if they are a good source. But anyway, I thank you all for being here with me today. I enjoy talking to you through, these court. I enjoy watching court anyway. Yeah, they look really relieved. That's a good outcome. That was a fair outcome, I think. I do think it was a fair outcome because anyway, I really do, I enjoy watching these trials anyway, so it's really nice to have friends to watch it with. And I hope that my commentary on top of it is helpful to you. I will see you all very soon I will definitely schedule a stream for tomorrow for continuing the King Supers case. So, and it'll be nice not to have to try to bounce back and forth between two different trials because it's a tiny bit nerve-wracking making sure. So thank you so much, Cinnamon Girl. You are all welcome to share that freely and like it and subscribe if you haven't already. And on Agenda Free TV. Interesting, huh? Okay, well, thank you all for being here. Again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you all. I really do, because I would be doing this anyway, and streaming it with you guys to talk to is so much better. So there you go. I will talk to you soon and look for a stream tomorrow. Steve is on what, Be Frank? I'm a little confused. Steve is on gender free. Did I say gender free? Agenda free. Agenda free. Agenda free. Who is Steve? Be Frank, when you say this, the Steve is on it. Who is Steve? On Agenda Free TV. Interesting. Okay. I don't know enough about Steve and Agenda Free TV to vouch for their sources, but we shall see. I have a feeling that's going to be another It's For Real. Wow. Well, we're going to have another crumbly situation on our hands with a very mentally ill child who had access to unsecured firearms. There you go. So, let's cut all the talk about what to do with the firearms. We know something needs to be done with the firearms, but that's in a deadlock, right? We need to do something about our fucking mental health and a fucking understanding of human behavior in this world. You hear how angry this is making me angry. We have another crumbly situation where, people with the shooter was 14 years old, and so were his student victims. 14 years old. When I heard the ages of him and the victims, I wanted to crawl into a hole. That hit me hard. 14 fucking years old. And I know we've had younger school shootings, but my gosh. So, all right. Well, thanks for letting me know, Solo. I may have to cover that on my other channel. I feel pretty passionate about that. Pretty passionate. Definitely a chain to break around our brains about, how we deal with mental health and, the types of people that we give access to firearms unsecured. Yeah, exactly, Patricia. All right. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here, and I will see you very, very, very soon. Keep on the lookout. Bye.